Good morning, happy Monday everyone, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. It is week 12 of 13 here in Series 2, and we have just the ticket for you. We've got Big John Henderson, star of the show, here today, but we're going to park that just for now and have a look at what happened on Saturday as week 11 came to a conclusion. Johnny Haynes got the opening win of the night. He took on Paul Linwood, and it was Haynes who got through by 4 legs to 3 in this group stage encounter. As for Neil Duff, he got the better of Mark McGeaney. He eliminated the Gladiator at the same time, nailing this tops way forward to success. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Johnny Haynes got the better of Kevin Edwards. This was in the semi-finals by 4 legs to 1. The debutant having a really good one in his first week here at the Super Series. As for Duff, he got the better of Mark Lawrence by the same scoreline, which set up a final between Haynes and the Duff man.
Johnny O'Connor, 67.
He's put some pressure on Haynes here, although as we've talked about, nothing seems to faze him. So even if he is feeling it on the inside, we're not going to see it.
For the match. And what a tournament for Johnny Haynes. And there it is, Terry Jenkins threw the first start on Monday morning. The last start was thrown by Johnny Haynes. It was absolutely magnificent all week.
So it's Johnny Haynes who took the spoils in week 11. But who is going to complete our darting dozen for Champions Week? We are going to do it in the company of Prime Time himself. Matthew Edgar, welcome back.
Yeah, I've had a week off, but I've still managed to watch quite a bit of last week. And the start of last week, Glenn Durrant said Johnny Haynes could be a spoiler. I remembered that comment so much because when he said it, I thought, Johnny Haynes a spoiler. Johnny Haynes has spoilt many parties over the year. Johnny Haynes has been a tour card holder. Johnny Haynes has been at the very, very top of the game. And he's been one of those players that sort of has done so much on the locals, a bit like Paul Hogan. Stayed on the local scene quite a lot and never really said, right, I'm going to fully go and commit to one of these professional tours. And if he did, he could be a lot higher, and we could be speaking about Johnny Haynes as a lot more than a spoiler if he put that full commitment in, because we saw what he could do last week. He could win this.
And let's have a look ahead to this week, because we have some big names entering the fray. As you can see, Big John Henderson, the real star name in Group A. We've also got the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherritt, coming in on Thursday night as well. This is some week to round off the qualification phase.
Absolutely. When I got sent this through and said, this is your week, this is week 12, I got excited. I mean, the first game today, we've got John Henderson, a World Cup winner, taking on Reece Colley, the winner of the British Classic as well, a big tournament. When you see people that are coming in later on, Ryan Palmer's one that catches the eye for me. I've seen him doing very well, certainly in the local area of Bristol. Fallon Sherritt, as you mentioned, one of the big grabbers of the attention always every time she plays. Jared Cole is probably the standout player of the players coming in Group C, and one of the favourites actually to win the week as well. Really, really good solid lineup all week long.
Most definitely that. So let's have a look at Group A and have a look at the runners and riders, because the two players a lot of people are actually tipping to go on and claim success playing our first game between John Henderson and Reece Colley. Henderson, obviously a big name signing for us, obviously missed out on his tour card this time round, but will John look at possibly a Josh Payne, where he'll use this competition as match practice, an opportunity to go and win, get some prize money, and use it as a vehicle going forward?
Well, match practice. This is a guy who does not need match practice right now. He's played Q School. That was 2 weeks ago. He's just come here, literally stretched off the Challenge Tour. So he'd been playing all weekend in Milton Keynes, 5 tournaments across 3 days, and then drove down here for this. And then he's going to be here for what he'll be hoping 6 days. If he gets through this, he's here next week for Champions Week as well. In terms of match practice, he's not going to need that, but he's going to need someone to help carry his wallet, because that is going to be full after this marathon of January darts.
I was going to say, I suppose you'd be the perfect man to carry that wallet, I suppose. Anyway, let's hear from both players there ahead of the opening game of the session, beginning with the Highlander.
Good morning, John, and welcome to Portsmouth. I'm sure there are a lot of darts fans who maybe didn't expect to see you here at the start of 2023, but we're happy to see you. How are you?
Very well. Game's in a good place. Unfortunately, I lost my tour card, but it is what it is. But now when you lose your tour card, we've got all these opportunities now, so it's good that we can, obviously I've just come back for the Challenge Tour, which is an endurance test in its own. But no, I've got this week. It's good practice for me. Obviously, this is the start of me trying to get my tour card back, so hopefully I'll have a good week and we'll push on from here.
Is this an opportunity for you to experiment as well, to try and find something else that works to maybe vault you back up to where you want to be?
Aye, definitely, because I've actually got new equipment. Spoke to Red Dragon. We've got new darts now, so I played with them at the weekend, so I'm kind of persevering with them. So they went well at the weekend. It was a good start, and I'm using this as good practice because the standard, I've watched it on the telly, and the standard is great. So I'm going to use this as very good practice, and that's hopefully I can do myself justice and do well in it.
Without further ado, good luck, John. Have a great week.
Cheers, Paul.
Morning, Reece. 2022 was a big year for you, winning the British Open. Now 2023 is starting. What are the goals when you start your MODUS Super Series for the year as well?
Just play my game, try and do well as good as I can, ready for all the challenge tours and the development tours, and obviously I'm happy to be back here again, and then obviously Lakeside in December, so yeah.
When you were here last, you had some really good performances, and a lot of people fancied you to win that week, and I think there'll be a lot of attention on some other players in this group. Yeah. Can you float under the radar just a little bit today?
Oh yeah, like everyone who comes to MODUS can play darts, so obviously John Henderson's quality. We all know what he's done in darts, and he's like I say, everyone can go up there and average 100, some of us can average over 100. So, but yeah, we can all play darts, so we'll go from there.
Well, have a great week. All the very best. A very good morning, everybody, and welcome.
And in front of the...
A really exciting start as well, with John Henderson taking on Reece Colley. Maybe the biggest game you could possibly get in Group A, but there's a long way to go between Monday morning and Saturday night to see who will join the plethora of players who have already made their way to Champions Week, which will be next week. But here is the 49-year-old from Huntly, the World Cup winner from 2021, up against a very seasoned campaigner at the age of 23 in Reece Colley, who has played here before, so he does have that over John Henderson. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. That is Justin Bradshaw, your referee for today. And Matthew Edgar is sitting alongside me this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, like Paul's just mentioned there, this one is going to be probably a battle of two players that are probably going to be the two that are fighting out come the end of Group A for this position. But we've got a cracking lineup for you. Niall Culleton joining us from Ireland. Richard North, a player who has graced the biggest stages in darts. Lee Budgen, who's
93.
Been gaining some experience on the Challenge Tour recently, and Danny Smith. They're all going to have their say in regards to the direction of Group A. But
60.
What a great way to start. We're starting off here with probably the main event attraction of our week here in John Henderson.
Couldn't agree more, Matt. Simple fact is, at this point of the season, when Q School is over, everybody knows where they can play. And as soon
44.
as John knew that he wasn't getting his card and he was having to go to the Challenge Tour, I think he knew that he was going to get an invite to the MODUS Super Series. And we had a little chat off the air about 10 minutes ago.
125.
And we talked about the possibility of him playing 4 consecutive weeks. Q School, Challenge Tour, Week 12.
60.
And if he can be the champion at the end of this week, he would be the second Scottish player into Champions Week alongside Jim McEwen, who won week number 1 quite a long time ago.
Got the experience and the pedigree to deal with such a diary of darts. It won't be the first time, and it wouldn't be the first time he takes out a big finish like this one. Tops.
82.
To set us off with
Reach
the
your require,
class and the
154.
pedigree of John Henderson, a man who's won the World Cup alongside Peter Wright.
I will expect John to be leaving double top and double 10 a lot. That's his MO. Double 10 is his plan B.
That is game shot and the first
plan B works pretty
John
well
Henderson.
for a solid 19 dart start here. Exactly what he wanted to do here. On a day where he's maybe going to feel a little bit
Second
in
leg,
alien
it's Reece
territory.
first. Game on.
In Challenge Tour action and in Pro Tour action over the last 10 years. He's been getting to venues very
60.
early, but not been playing his first competitive match at just after 9:30 in the morning. So a little bit of a culture shock, but you know what they say, Matt. A change is as good as a rest.
40.
Well, I can probably put a bit of light on this from my own personal experience of last year. John Henderson, like myself, I think went to Q School around the 2011 mark and has been on the Pro Tour ever since. We're now in 2023.
45.
And you'll know the Pro Tour, it's a very isolated world, isn't it? You're sort of on your own, and the only people you tend to interact with are the 128 players that are on the tour, and you're sort of
100.
disconnected from the rest of the world of darts. John Henderson would have had that same experience, so you sort of come into an environment like this, and it's like, welcome back to
125.
Another point you're trying to make, actually. I had a little chat with John this morning, aside from the interview that we did for the show. And he said he was
41.
just so grateful that this project allows players to have this match practice and the opportunity to gain the form that they're looking for.
85.
And I think it's easy for us to put a lot of our focus on John this morning in this first game, but I think he made a really good point alongside myself, saying that this could be
82.
a match between the two favoured players. We haven't seen the best of Reece Colley in 2023 so far, albeit a very young portion of the year. But this is a
58.
chance for him to kick on.
This is a chance for us to see what Reece Colley's about as well, because last year was a good year for Reece Colley, and he stood out for me. I made a prediction of 5 players I
60.
think will get through Q School
Reach
and
your
5
require,
players to watch.
128.
Reece Colley made my 5 to watch. I thought he would be someone that would be having a great year and kicking on a little bit, but the thing that if I was going to speak to Reece Colley right now is 1 week does not
88.
define your career, and it certainly doesn't define your season, and this is a chance for him to get his season started.
I think it's a very good statement you just made. 1 week does not define a career.
100. Reach
But
your require,
this
40.
week could define how your
That is
career
game
kicks
shot
on as
and
he
the second leg,
gets a
Reece
lovely
Colley.
19-dart hold himself, and jousting at a pretty doable level at this point, but somebody's just waiting to kick on from here. You never judge
Third leg, it's
a
John to
match
throw
after
first.
2 legs.
Game on.
In this competition, you always judge them after best of 7, which is what every match will be today. You've got 15 matches, 5 games per
59.
player, and in Group A, it's 3 days, of course, where we will have the Group A winner going through to Saturday night. Then we will have the other players join us on
59.
Thursday and Friday.
You mentioned about the opportunity that are available for players now that John Henderson was speaking about at the start of the day. And
140.
first 180 in the Super Series. But this is more than just an opportunity for that match practice. This is an opportunity for players to actually form a career. So
100.
if we look at someone like John Henderson, he would probably have had very similar targets to myself, because we're quite similar in the rankings come the back end of his tour card.
140.
And that target is to make the 3rd round of the World Championships. So qualify for the World Championships, beat the international qualifier, beat your seed, and then it's pretty much free from there.
180.
Now, for getting to that round, that is £25,000. If he wins this week and then Champions Week next week, including appearance fees, he's probably going to be on £30,000.
60.
And you can do that 3 more times this year.
We've had our first 180 of our Group A action. It comes from the man
96.
who supports a certain
John, you require
Birmingham
102.
football club called Aston Villa. Expect him to be donning the colours of Aston Villa this week. John misses out on the treble 14, which would have given him a shot at tops. Hence why he's got 49 left now. Just checking to see what he's got left.
62. Reece, you require 66.
Big day for Justin Bradshaw as well. His first match as a MODUS Super Series referee. Is he calling 2-1 Reece Colley?
46.
Not quite yet, as Hendo will
John,
come
you
back
require
for
40.
a possibly improved leg. Maybe in 16 here.
You mentioned earlier on he'd be on those tops and tens. How's the fives?
35. Reece, you require 20.
You feel like with Reece, you're not going to get too many re-opportunities. Anyone who's got their name on that trophy that Reece Colley
game
has, that
shot
British
and the
Classic,
third leg,
that
Reece
British
Colley.
Open. That's an event attended by over 500 players traditionally. Not the biggest one on the attendance. That one's coming up this weekend, actually.
Fourth
the
leg,
Dutch
it's Reece to
Open.
throw first.
Yeah,
Game
that's
on.
got over 5,000 entries this year.
I don't ever remember that getting so many entries.
100.
Incredible when you think about it. And John himself has won some amazing titles in his career, including, of course, the British Open.
81.
So that's one thing that these players have got in common. And we know for a fact, because of John's popularity, there will be a lot of people tuning in to watch him this morning, but he's up against it now. Colley, with that second 180 of the match, is starting to find his feet.
Mentioned 1 week does not define
134.
doesn't define a season, and Reece Colley said I'll be really interested to see what he can do and bounce back, as he's only averaged once the highest
131
84 once the highest in this challenge tour. Most of the time he's actually been in the 70s. He's even dropped down into the 60s, which is something I would not put Reece Colley down
55.
as, but this is showing
Reece,
real quality.
90.
He has the luxury of going wherever he wants for this shot. 72 left with 2. He does get a shot to take this leg in 12.
78.
That's okay. He'll come back for 6s. Henderson languished outside the finishing zone by 61 points, but not for long.
140.
Decent pressure applied, but you would
Reece,
fancy that a 3-1
12.
lead could be imminent. Good graduation towards the green segment.
10.
That is a shocker. Wow, that really must have slipped
John,
out of
you
his
require
hand.
91.
Hendo with a bonus opportunity to break straight back. And it is at his favourite double.
51.
Just needed one more, didn't he?
Reece, you require 2.
You feel that this first one's going to go high because that was a wayward dart with a last.
That is game shot.
And what a
and
great
the fourth
recovery
leg.
there from Reece Colley.
Colley.
I would have been playing very safe there, but that's probably why I haven't been winning the titles that Reece Colley's been winning. He goes in and goes straight for it. You mentioned on that 90 shot there that Reece Colley's
Fifth
got the
leg, it's
luxury
John
of
to throw
going
first.
whichever way he
Game
wants.
on.
That's kind of his season, isn't it, now? He's got the luxury of whatever he wants to do. Because he attended Q School, he can do the Challenge Tour. If he can start playing on the Challenge Tour, the darts we know he can, he could then start getting invites to the Pro Tour. We know he's going to be in Lakeside already off the back of winning that event in Bridlington.
60.
He could go on the ADC, which obviously has opportunities for everyone. Lee Budgen's going to be representing the ADC a bit later on today. A tour that anybody can play and then get
58.
themselves here at the Super Series, like Lee Budgen and Reece Colley, who I think is probably going to use this Super Series this year as a good sort of platform, like
45.
Graham Musher, who just couldn't really translate his best darts to the PDC, and then the success he's had here, it's just helped him go there as a bit of a big fish.
100.
Of the players that have won through to Champions Week in Week 13, there have been 6. In fact, I
140.
make that 7 English players who have progressed, and an English player has won the weekly title every week of the last 5 weeks. That doesn't make good reading for the
85.
likes of Niall Culleton from Ireland and John Henderson of Scotland. Colley will be hoping that he's joining the likes of Matt Clark, who won Week 10, Johnny Haynes from Saturday night, of course. Many
45.
congratulations to the
John,
Punk.
you require 133.
This is to keep the match going, but he does have 6 for it. Again, it's just the setup that he requires
59.
at this point, which he doesn't get a treble on. Gives Colley the chance to maybe get himself to something like a 72 or a 71. You'll
98.
have to settle for a 1-1-3.
John, you require 74.
Again, it's the route to leave the 10s or the tops.
That is
Tops is
game
good.
shot and the 5th leg. John
So
Henderson.
this game is far from over, but this is the best opportunity now for Chaos, as he's called, to take us into match 2, with Colley taking 2
Sixth
points
leg, it's
from
Reece to throw
this first game of Monday
Game on.
morning.
You do feel that John Henderson is going to get better and better as this goes. So this is a good opportunity, really, for Reece Colley to
140.
get in and catch John Henderson quite cold.
Last week we had Mark McGeaney here. He came fresh from Q School,
59.
and by the end of the week he looked dead on his feet. I do wonder, after playing Q School and Challenge Tour,
80.
albeit with a bit of a gap in the middle, then coming straight here to the Super Series, that maybe Henderson may be a tiny bit jaded today.
41.
But one thing I said to him this morning that will be really key for his chances for the week is a really good rest and a sleep tonight. Do not underestimate ever
57.
the amount of rest that a dart player will need just to rest their head more than anything else. It's not about the arm, it's about the head.
Exactly, and if it wasn't a case of that mental fatigue, if that
96.
wasn't a thing, then van drivers and truck drivers would be able to drive all day. They wouldn't need to have these legalised breaks that they have.
Absolutely well said. Couldn't have thought of a better example than that.
27.
Anybody who's done a 5 or 6 hour drive and had only a tiny break in between will know how you feel at the end of it.
85.
That's how these players may be feeling at the end of action on Monday.
And the argument is, well, you've only just been sat there. You haven't done anything. You just sat there and turned a wheel. But it's that mental concentration, and that's what these. That's why I think this is probably even
51.
harder to win at times, because it's on and off all the time. It's okay to be concentrated for a period of time, but this is short bursts on. It's like interval darts.
140.
Colley was in a
Reece
fantastic
require
position to win this
146.
match. But he might need this to get the points. I like the route. I like the first dart, but it did sit
86.
down a little bit.
John, you require 80.
Henderson to take us all the way to leg 7. Needs double 10.
That is game
That's
shot
world
and the
class.
6th leg.
And he
John
will have the
Henderson.
darts in leg 7 to take the victory in this first match of the day. You can tell how much it means to both players. No fist pump
7th
there.
and final leg. It's John to throw first. Game on.
That's not disrespect from any player. That's a case of they wanted to focus and they know how important this fixture is.
57.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that. I like that. I'm not a big fan of the overly handshaking and cuddling, and I don't think Vincent van der Voort was a fan of the cuddling, actually, either, was he?
100.
I don't think you would enjoy playing in those big darts live events in the Far East, because they tend to fist bump after every leg.
85.
When I played in Canada, they fist bumped you after every ton.
I'm not in favour of that one. That's too many. But that's a good amount.
180.
He's been the king of the maximums in this game. He's got 3 to Hendo's 0. Now, when John scores well, he is
45.
quite literally one of the best 180 throwers I've seen. So improvements can be found.
37.
But so far, so good for Colley. That was not a good visit. But he is 130 ahead.
Yeah, he was forcing the max there from Hendo,
60.
wasn't he? Even a 140 wouldn't have left him on. And just straight darts there would have been fine for Reece. You didn't need to be attacking and aggressive. Just straight darts. Give yourself the
58.
finish. And that last 6 darts from him, 37-58, is just inviting John Henderson. And this is a man who doesn't need much invitation.
He's using new equipment today,
44.
and he's got plenty of opportunities this
Reece
week
require 126.
to warm those darts up. But there have been a couple of signs this morning that maybe he's a little chilly in there. Colley's got a shot at Bull if he so wishes. I don't think it's the right play.
86.
I think he's done something very wise with his 15th dart of the leg to leave tops for the match.
Yeah, you mentioned Chile. I was thinking that myself when Reece Colley had those 3 darts that just went a bit wayward, just a sign the hand's not
135.
opening
Reece, you
quick
require
enough.
40.
What a guide.
Game,
And
shot,
what a result.
and a match. Reece Colley.
When he looked at the fixture sheet this morning, he'll have thought, wow, why have they given me John Henderson first? But he's beaten Big Hendo by 4 legs to 3. The averages reflect a very tight match, only 0.07 between them. The doubles weren't terrible, but that was a good tussle to start our Monday morning action off. As for when we come back, we'll have a short break now, and Danny Smith and Niall Culleton will start their challenge.
Reece Colley was victorious in our first game of the session, getting the better debutant John Henderson by 4 legs to 3. It's the first game of the week now for Danny Smith and Niall Culleton. And earlier on this morning, Paul Nicholson caught up with both players.
Good morning, Danny. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And Group A is a bit of a different challenge for you now, isn't it? Because you have played night sessions. But how do you feel about early mornings?
I think I feel the same as everyone else about early mornings. It's early. Just come in, we try to prepare as best we can. So you try to get ahead of yourself. So we've come in, we've thrown, adjust to the climate in here and then see what happens.
How are you feeling about your form at the start of the year? Because you've been playing a lot of stuff away from the MODUS Super Series. You must be feeling good about your local stuff that you've been playing.
Yeah, like my form hit a peak. That's why I'm here. I started playing well enough to be invited to play in the MODUS Super Series. And it's trying to maintain that and just go that little bit more than, like you just said, I'm used to on a local season. I think there's more to be played and there's more in my game. It's just literally trying to consistently bring it to this board.
Well, that for me says everything. So we're going to let you get some practice now. So have a fantastic week, and I hope you have a fantastic experience here in week 12.
Thank you, Bill.
Good morning, Niall, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series.
Morning, how are you?
Really, really happy to come back. You've had some good success in Southampton, but it's a little bit different now, isn't it?
Yeah, I was here back a few months ago before Christmas there and loved it. Obviously, Southampton was a good setup and all that, but this is brilliant. Absolutely love the stage setup and everything. It's something to look forward to. You can't miss it. Like,
You've played quite a lot of darts at the start of this year with Q School and the Challenge Tour over the last few days. How are you feeling about your form at the minute?
I'm actually feeling very good. When I was here a few months ago, I was coming back, and when I done an interview, I was saying I was coming in not knowing what form I was in, and it was from that day, and I came off that, getting back on the board, getting into Killarney, got to the quarter-final of the main one in Killarney, and just kept playing and playing and playing as much as I could, trying to get myself in match practice, then form to get in for Q School, and then obviously having to play the Challenge Tour then. So
it's a tough group that you have, but you have won a Group A before, so you know the complexities of winning over the course of 3 days. That must give you confidence.
Yeah, being there and having done that is a good thing to know what way it is to expect and that, but so I do feel at the moment I actually am nearly getting back to my good form where I should be. Darts are going well for me, and I'm just feeling very confident.
Fantastic. Have a great week, Niall. All the best.
Cheers, thanks very much.
A very, very confident sounding Niall Culleton from Ireland, taking on this big man, Danny Smith, 36 from Portsmouth, so he's in home territory, up against this man from Kilkenny. A very, very firm handshake that Cully has, I assure you, from shaking his hand this morning. I've been exercising my hand and wrist ever since. But these guys, two big lads, two big beards, will try and get their first 2 points on the board in Group A as they take on each other right now in best of 7. Interesting one ahead right here.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
As Justin takes control of the game with Danny throwing first. Interesting this one, Matt, because Danny did not go to Q School because that was his choice. Whereas Niall has played a lot of darts over the last couple of weeks. Didn't get through Q School, went straight to the Challenge Tour.
100.
And he says he's feeling good about his game. Your thoughts on him at the minute?
Yeah, I think he's got a right to probably feel good about his game, really, when we look at
45.
What he's been doing and the stats that he's been putting in. But I'm not just looking purely at the stats. I'm looking at the players that he actually played at Q School as well.
24.
So when we look at that stage 2, he played Adam Hunt on the first day. Adam Hunt, for me, was a surprise that he lost his tour card.
140.
He'd be a player that would hold on to it a lot longer. He lost to Jake Jones, who, again, lost his tour card last year. So he was playing
41.
2 people that was trying to defend tour cards. He then beat Adam Warner, who went on to win his tour card, before losing to Cam Crabtree, who we know what he's done this past weekend at the Challenge Tour, picking up the title and being very high in the order of merit, actually 4th. So we're probably going to see him on Pro Tour invites as well. So in terms of the head-to-head stuff, he's actually got some decent form.
32. Danny, you require 116.
It's been a slow start for Niall. Only 304 left after 12 with Danny
100.
in a much better position. He's got Desperate Dan on the back of his shirt. Some nicknames don't make any sense.
99.
This one, however,
Danny, you
for me
require
makes
16.
a lot of sense. Doesn't look very desperate, though.
Game shot
that
and the
16
first
darter
leg.
has given him a 1-0
Danny
lead.
Smith.
Pretty sure that before he started this morning, his warm-up breakfast was not cow pie.
Second leg, it's Niall
If
to
you don't
throw
get that
first.
reference,
Game on.
you didn't get the same comics as me as a kid.
45.
Whatever he did have for breakfast, the practice room's probably wanting a helping of it themselves, because it has certainly got him firing this morning.
100.
He's a very passionate dart player, and I think he talks very well. Having said that, we've got our first change of equipment from Culleton.
45.
He's a bit of a Peter Wright style player. He'll take multiple sets up there. He did this in previous times when I've watched him play, so it's not a shock to me. But
85.
I get the feeling, without being too comedy-like in the commentary box this week, the likes of Culleton, Smith, Budgen, Hendo and Colley,
60.
they're not going to get a word in. in this practice room because Richard North's in there. We'll get onto that in Game 3.
140.
Game 3 might be coming around quite quick if Danny Smith keeps throwing darts like this. At the moment, a completely one-sided affair, and Niall needs to get a grip on it quick because in this short format, it can race away from you.
There's nothing quite like playing on home territory.
140.
I'm sure you've got experiences of playing top-level action quite close to where you live, but I'm sure Danny is thinking it's wonderful to be playing top-level darts here.
100. Danny required 36.
But sleeping in his own bed. As for double 18, it's not found, and neither is double 9.
No require 151.
If anything, just coming a little bit lower and being further away has actually benefited him there by leaving double 2 rather than the 9. He'd have come inside as Culleton
80.
chased down the 151. But this is for a breaker throw.
That is game shot and the second leg.
Another 16 darter there from Danny Smith. No, Culleton is in big trouble early on.
There is a bit of a temperature difference between the practice room and the playing arena. It is a very, very cold day here on the south coast of England. When I was driving here this morning, it was minus 6 Celsius. And we have warmed this arena up to its optimum, but it's taking some of the players a bit of time to warm up themselves. Danny's very well versed in playing
140.
The last time he was here, he caused a few problems for players, and I was impressed with him. But we're not seeing the best out of Niall at the start of this game. But one thing that Group A is
140.
It's not a marathon, but I'd say it's more of a 5,000-meter race.
I do think the firmness of the throw here from Danny Smith is probably going to offset any sort of issues with temperature. When Niall's he's got a firm throw, but there's just a little bit of lift in there. There's just a little bit of
121.
Float. Well, Danny Smith just like shooting a gun, isn't he? He's just so firm and direct.
59.
It's a wonderful throw, isn't it? Lovely set position when he brings it towards his glasses. Minimal backlift, but that punctuation of the air. A gorgeous
68.
technique, which is very effective.
Danny requires 62.
Could be one of his best displays on this hockey if he keeps hitting what he's going
Game
for.
shot and
that's a
the third
14
leg.
darter to
Danny
take his
Smith.
average over 98. Instead of desperate, Dan, it's going to be delightful, Dan.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw
Desperate
first.
Niall.
Game on.
The last thing you want to do is lose your opening game 4-0. You want to get that
42.
first one on the board. It's a bit of a settler, isn't it? When you start picking up a couple of legs, the last thing you want to do now is go back. Now, we've not got a character in the practice room who's going to
100.
let them know about the situation of losing a 4-0. Sometimes you don't want to go into certain practice rooms after losing a game like this. In this one, he's not got those sort of characters, but
85.
you'll certainly get that sort of intrinsic feeling, don't you?
I wonder who you could be referencing, Matthew. I have a funny feeling I do know who you're talking
137.
about. But he continues to play well. He might even get a 3-figure average if he shoots forward from that 264 position.
41.
I think Niall is starting to realise that the end could be nigh. I'm going to get your opinion, by the way, of
54.
Cully's nickname when he plays his second game, which will be in Game 6 against the somewhat loquacious Richard North.
60.
I'm not writing Niall off. I've seen people win from these positions before. But you just get the feeling that Smith is hunting the 4-0.
124.
You've seen people win from these positions, but not in terms of these levels of performance. There's over 30 points difference. If this was boxing, this would have been stopped. This would not be allowed to continue. And it might not be continuing for much longer.
Game, shot.
Wonderfully done.
And the match.
And Danny Smith. Well, he was boxing like Liam Smith. That one has been stopped. But because of the brilliance of Smith, who's averaged over 100 in his first game of the campaign, and we talked a lot about Colley and Hendo, about them possibly winning Group A. Don't forget about Danny Smith. That is as good as you may see in this group, especially in the early stages of sessions. Culleton has got work to do. We will see Richard North and Lee Budgen after the break, their first games in Group A, so don't go far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are into week 12 of Series 2, and we've seen the first ton-topping average from an impressive Danny Smith in a 4-0 success against Niall Culleton. Our third game on the stage sees the last two players we haven't seen so far today, as the debutant Lee Budgen takes on the forever enthusiastic Richard North, and Richard spoke enthusiastically to Paul Nicholson earlier.
Morning, Richard. This is home territory for you. So, obviously, 2022 didn't go your way. How are you feeling ahead of your 2023 challenge?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. 2022, you know, to the back end of that, I started taking a lot of time out, just getting stressed, not enjoying darts. It was, the standards getting ridiculous, and I wasn't up to the task at the time. You know, I'd suffered some really bad defeats on, like, the tour and stuff, you know. Getting to number 32 in the world was a dream, but then it was like synced really quickly, and I just wasn't playing well. I had a lot of family issues. I had so much stuff going on in my life, but now I've just started enjoying it again. I'm going back to Super League. I'm going to a few little opens here and there, and I'm winning. So, you know, I beat Andy Jenkins a couple of weeks ago with 100 and something average. So yeah, I'm feeling good again, and I get people come back up to me saying, "Wow, Northie, it's good to see the old Northie," and I'm enjoying it again. So 2023 is going to be good.
Well, one thing we want to see this week is the old Northie, but maybe the new old Northie. So all the very best to you. We know we've got a big challenge ahead of you, so we'll let you go and get some practice.
Yeah, thank you very much.
A very happy Monday morning to Lee Budgen. Lee, welcome. And how are you feeling against this challenge up against you this week?
I feel pretty good. I've been practicing well. Been playing the Q school. Just missed the challenge talk, so I was a bit ill, but been practicing well. Feel good, and
I'm up for it. See what happens.
What do you think about the arena? You were just talking to me off the air just now about how this place is pretty incredible. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I walked in and I mean, I've been watching it online, so I'm happy just to be here, to be honest with you. It looks fantastic. And now I'm here, I'm up for it.
Do you feel like there's more pressure on some other players in this group and maybe the other groups in the week, and you could maybe float under the radar a little bit, maybe for the first couple of days?
Yeah, I think so. I was looking at the group and I think I'm probably the outsider. Not many people know me, so I feel like it's a bit of a free roll for me, really. The pressure's on them.
Do you get the feeling that people might know a little bit more about you by the end of the week?
I hope so. If I start playing well, maybe. Try, upset a few people.
Fantastic. Well, have a great week.
Thank you. Cheers.
Superb to hear from those two combatants before they start their challenge. And Lee Budgen will be representing the amateur dart circuit here for Group A. But don't think that he's going to go under the radar too much, because us in the know, we know that he's pretty handy. But so is this man. If he could throw darts, the amount that he can talk, he'll be a multiple world champion. Well, the 28-year-old from Hull, throwing a 23-gram custom dart, who has won a Challenge Tour event in his career back in 2018.
To throw first.
He's now up against the 2022 Malta Open champion. Just want to get that in there quickly for him, because he would hate if I didn't mention it.
67.
Yeah, I do think he might have been a bit factually incorrect in his interview when he said everyone's really happy to see him, because normally what happens is when you see the name on the sheet, you think, oh,
57.
No. Yeah, we love Northie, don't we? He's always got a story or 70 to tell you.
66.
In a similar sort of way to some players, I'm always intrigued to see what Richard is using. When he first burst onto the scene, got himself onto the PDC
60.
Pro Tour, one of the things about his equipment was that it was never in question. He knew what barrels he wanted. He knew what stems he wanted. He knew what
60.
flights he wanted. But I think since he lost his tour card, and even before that, his problems started to metastasize because he
100.
experimented too much with equipment. Now, just because it works for Peter Wright and for some others, doesn't mean it's going to work for you. So I'll be intrigued
83.
to see if he uses this kit all week long.
You can see why he's gone to this sort of front-weighted dart, can't you? Because the release point is
96.
quite high. If you look at the set position here, he's got quite a high elbow position. The dart's coming over the top of the eye, so that means the release is coming from high, so the dart's got to drop. So I can see why he'd want to
89.
use this, but I can also imagine he's going to lose the straight line quite a bit and go sort of corner of the top of the treble 5 and then the corner of the low
96.
1. Just because when the dart's in the hand,
Richard,
he's
you
actually
require
pointing the dart
136.
down. So it's just going to flicker a little bit in the air.
Yeah, there's a bit of a hand crunch there. This is a really interesting play. Oh, I like it. Hey, he
Game
loves
shot
it.
and the first leg.
That is
Richard
a route
North.
that doesn't get used often enough. Lee Budgen on debut today, just being informed by our referee that he just needs to take a little
Second
time
leg,
out
it's
before
Lee
the
to
start
throw
of
first.
leg 2
Game
there.
on.
But Richard North will be brimming after that 136 effort. Fantastically done for our biggest finish of the day so far.
96.
So let's talk about Lee then, Matt, because he comes here from Hull. We have had Reece Robinson here from Hull previously, representing the
100.
ADC, like I mentioned. And he has a lovely technique. Nice set position there, just in front of the nostril area, and then forces that dart through with a
27.
consistent elbow height. Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, the interesting thing there, when you look at that side on, you do see that
140.
sort of movement, which then again, you've got to have lift in the arm, depending on the height of the player. But he keeps the shoulder completely out of it, and then with that, you see there the extension of the arm and the
45.
fingers coming through, pointing down to the floor. That's just that acceleration there, and he's able to get that, keeping the shoulder out, which is really, really impressive. It's when you look at that set position, you'd expect to see a bit of shoulder in there. North. Persistent there.
135.
He didn't like the line and then decided to move right the way across. Found a way into that treble 20. Playing well. He said he's happy, he's enjoying playing again.
45.
That's a dangerous place for someone to be.
Richard, you require 126.
Well, 126 is easier than 136. And he find the 57. Now, I'm not sure about that play. Because if you look where Lee is on 288, he didn't have to go for the 57. I said he was going for it because, judging by his eye position, he was going south.
100.
But because of his opponent
Richard,
not being
you
on a
require
finish, maybe
88.
going to the other portions of the board was the prudent play, and the collision of the dart with his previous one
Game shot and the second leg.
that maybe
Richard North.
he shouldn't have gone that route, but he knows best. He's 2-0 up. And so far, his finishing has been perfect. 2 hits from 2 attempts.
Third leg, it's Richard to throw first.
Maybe he's
Game
right.
on.
Maybe he is playing well. I just want to touch on one thing about Lee Budgen before we go any further. I mentioned he won a Challenge Tour event back in 2018.
100.
In that final, on the 9th of September, he beat Michael Barnard by 5 legs to 3. And correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that the
81.
year where Michael Barnard was basically untouchable on the Challenge Tour?
Not just the Challenge Tour, he was bashing everyone up on the Pro Tour as well, wasn't he? Just
105.
had one year where everything just went for him, didn't he? He got to the World Championship. I believe he beat Jose de Souza that year in one of the most enjoyable games I remember watching in the early rounds. That went
85.
all the way.
Also en route to that Seoul Challenge Tour title, Lee beat Andy Bolton in the semi-finals. And just to give you a little bit of context, Andy
43.
Bolton won a Challenge Tour event this past weekend. He also beat Kevin Garcia in the quarterfinals in that tournament. Kevin we saw
76.
in Super Series 2 earlier on in the campaign. And he had other wins against the likes of Cody Harris of New Zealand, who's played at the World Cup himself, and Scotland's Evander Stevenson.
139.
So he does have a little bit of pedigree, but you just sense that maybe 2023 is a good time to kick on from here.
87. Richard, you require 114.
So far, so good for Northie. Talking a good game and executing a good game so far. Averaging mid-90s. And setting up
74.
tops for a possible 3-0 lead. Like his fellow Hampshire player, Danny Smith, who bossed Niall Culleton in game 2.
60.
Well, he's
Richard,
not missed
you
a dart
require
at this
40.
target yet. He's thrown at it twice. Both after hitting treble 16 combinations. You've got to fancy that. Is a good lie there for Richard North, but that
is game shot
second one
and
could
the
have been
third
actually a bit of
leg.
an obstacle.
Richard North.
Finds his way in there in the end as Lee Budgen. It's just going to take a little bit of getting used to this. There is a little 10-second pause between legs.
Fourth leg, and it's Lee to throw
Twice he's
first.
just
Game
trying to
on.
get on with things, and that's just a sign of someone who's, for me, a little bit frustrated. Just wants to get back there, wants to put it right, wants to get
134.
on with things.
There are some intricacies about MODUS Super Series action that you do have to get used to as a debutant.
60.
That little pause before each leg is one of them. Another one, and for me the most important thing that you might have to get used to, is getting back on that stage after a defeat.
83.
When you go to things like the Challenge Tour or other tournaments, when you're defeated, you're gone. You go home, tail between the legs, potentially.
140.
But as far as this is concerned, it's round-robin format. You play each player every day over 3 days. Now, Budgen's averaging high
99.
70s, which predominantly is not going to get it done against opponents of the caliber of North. He's had a few wayward darts in this
38.
contest, but he has been the better player by a good 10+ points. This is better.
170.
That'll make him feel pretty good, but he wasn't looking for that bullseye. He'd much rather be sitting on tops than 15.
40. Lee, you require 15.
Our first chance to see Lee Budgen at the back end of a leg trying to wrap one up.
11.
And we will see him again with that opportunity because nothing Richard North can do. Way back on 2-2-3. Is he going for the old James Wade approach of this leg's gone, I'll just concentrate on the next one?
Another fine player from Hampshire in James Wade. Budgen needs twos and gets his first double.
Shot and
that will make him feel better.
Lee Budgen.
I just wonder how much it will make him feel better, because if he can find 3 straight legs from here, he will steal this game away from North.
Fifth leg, it's Richard to throw first.
The pressure now goes back onto the person throwing first here, because the last thing you want to do is invite the player into the game at only 1 leg behind. Wonderfully done.
180.
That's the first max of this game. And I know we say this a lot. There's never really a bad time for a maximum. But when you're trying to fend off an opponent
100.
as they're starting a comeback, that's a pretty good time to get one.
Well, he was just explaining the situation exactly right there, that he doesn't want to start offering that invitation back into the game. And he's offering no invitations.
100.
He's having another look there. They was well thrown darts, Richard. But there was on the wire, there was outside.
I don't think we're going to get another player here today who's going to second-guess his own darts more than Richard North. But Lee doesn't second-guess that maximum. That's his first of his Super Series campaign. And he's not going away.
140.
Richard North is needing things like that just to keep Budgen at bay.
Once you get that first leg on the board, it just changes everything, because it goes
60.
from don't embarrass yourself to
Richard, you require
let's win
81.
some darts matches. And unfortunately, that is one of the negative mindsets a lot of players get into when they first start playing. Don't embarrass yourself under the microscopes.
41.
We are looking through here on that
Lee, you require
zoomed-in board.
161.
This would be somewhere to get your first 12 darter. Well thrown shot. Doesn't register. And North will have a chance
99.
to take a 4-1 victory into his
Richard,
second game of the day, which will be against a somewhat wounded Niall Culleton.
Game,
it's in the
shot,
corner, and
the
nobody's
match,
going to save
Richard
that one.
North.
That's a 4-1 victory for North. He'll feel so good about that performance. Very steady indeed. The average in excess of 91. Budgen did have a couple of good visits in that match, but a somewhat big baptism of fire against a Richard North, who I'm sure is going to go to the practice room and tell everybody how good that was. The news is, it was very good. 67% on the doubles as well. We will start round 2 when we come back, and we will be seeing Reece Colley up against Danny Smith in match 4, not far from now.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where two first game winners go toe-to-toe in match 4 of our morning session. It is Danny Smith up against Reece Colley. So without any further ado, we're going to hand over to our commentary team, where one man is a Players' Championship Finals winner in Paul Nicholson. The other is the winner of a Players' Championship action figure in the raffle, Matthew Edgar.
Well, wasn't that a little bit harsh? I'm just very fortunate that I'm the one that got the action figure. As for the action in the first game of the day for Danny Smith, it couldn't really have been much better. Averaging over 100, winning 4-0 against Culleton. And now he's up against Colley, who got a 4-3 win against Hendo. So someone's going to remain undefeated, but who will it be? What's your fancy, Matt? Because you can't really disguise the fact that we were both impressed with Danny Smith in his first game of the day.
Yeah, it's always tricky when you've got
First
two
leg,
winners taking each other on to make a full prediction on that, and especially when they've got different characteristics about them. If we look at who's the more serial winner, who's the more outside of this, you go Reece Colley. But if you're going on who's looked the best this morning, you have to say Danny Smith. He looked very, very good this morning.
41.
Averaged 100, didn't let Niall Culleton have a dart at a double in that game. He was 4 from 7 on the doubles himself. Well, Reece Colley just looked a little bit cold, and for me, those wayward darts would be the concern. I'm gonna go Reece Colley if I had to make a prediction.
60.
And sometimes it's very hard to keep a performance going when there's been around about a 20 to 25 minute gap in between that performance and the start of this game.
100.
And that's another one of the complexities with the MODUS Super Series that you have to get used to. Play, come down, play again.
140.
You might have a longer break than half an hour. And taking that into consideration, Danny Smith's next game after this is game 8. So he will have a 3-game break. And what do you do with an hour and 15 minutes? That's something you really got to program well when you come here.
Require 97.
Well, today I'd say that in that hour they'll probably spend listening to Richard North.
Double 12.
85.
Missed by Colley for a 15
Danny
darter.
123.
Danny's looking for the Jackson 5 shot here. As easy as AB3, but it's solid as a rock. It's not going to be taken.
43. Reece, you require 12.
So for a holder throw that you could say solid as a rock as well. To do to Danny Smith what he did to Niall Culleton, that's restrict him to no
6.
darts at a double. Needed to take that one.
Danny, you require 80.
Danny Smith has not tasted defeat in any leg yet this week.
Game shot and
Continues.
the first leg.
How good, was
Danny Smith.
How good was that shot? You got a little snippet of the darts in the wave tops. He didn't move. It illustrates two things to me. He knows how his darts fly.
Second leg, it's Danny to
and
throw
maybe
first.
he's tall enough
Game on.
where those darts weren't even in the way in the first place. But that just goes to show the confidence that he has grasped after that first game.
45.
And again, he doubles well. There were 20 points between their averages in their first games.
125.
They weren't playing each other, obviously. But that does tell you a little bit of a story about how comfortable they were on Monday morning.
43.
Colley with an average just in excess of 80. Smith just in excess of 100. But at what kind of level
85.
would you expect the Group A winner to be at come Wednesday afternoon? What number would you expect them to have as a running average?
57.
I think with the players we've got here, you need to be close to the 90. And I think there's a thing really with averages at the moment where people are over-egging what is needed. I mean, and some of that comes down to a lack of confidence or a lack of control. We know Richard North last year was saying how he's playing his local opens against players averaging 110, and it's like,
Reece
they're not
require
averaging
154.
Richard. It's just that's how it feels to you right now because it's not going right for you. Colley tries to take out the 154 to get that breaker throw back. But there's a lot of talk about the Pro Tour.
94.
Oh, you need 100 averages to compete on that. You might need 100 averages to be able to win against the very, very top players, but you certainly don't need that. You need to be around about the 91, 92, 93 sort of area.
59.
In order to
Reece
be
requires
more than
60.
competitive.
If this dart goes in, Colley will get his first leg of this contest. And he's
No
bust
score.
a lot. So he will have another crack at 60 when he comes back. But just to go back to your point, Matt, I agree completely. A 92 average
93.
can beat 105 if
Reece
the
requires
game
60.
goes your way in the right spots. It's like Michael Van Gerwen says, do the right things at the right time. The right time is tops
Game
and it's
shot
right now.
and the second leg.
Perfectly
Reece
done
Colley.
by RC. We're going to go by his abbreviation. Now, he's got to get some confidence from the
Third
fact
leg,
that
it's Reece
Aston
to
Villa
throw
have been
first.
better
Game on.
of the last few weeks since they had Unai Emery brought on board.
82.
After Stevie G was given the boot.
Oh, it got embarrassing at one point. I was a Villa fan myself, and I remember actually last time I worked with you, we actually played Newcastle.
95.
And you were screaming the house down as Newcastle gave Aston Villa an absolute pumping. And I remember I didn't even come down to watch that game because I knew how it was going to go before we even started the match. When now you go into a match, it's like, well, this
60.
could go anyway. Definitely a massive improvement.
Well, I would like any darts match this week to be as good as Arsenal Man U from yesterday.
100.
That was an exceptional game of football. But there are possibilities for darts matches like that when you throw into the mix the likes of Jared Cole, Fallon Sherrick,
59.
even Ryan Palmer, the Lion from Bristol. Don't underestimate him. He's got a lot of talent.
58.
Now, Danny Smith's not playing at the same level that he was in his first game. That initial adrenaline hit that you get when you start a campaign
85.
disappears pretty quickly. And it's how you play in this fettle that will define you. That's a much better first start. Getting it together.
140.
And his first to a finish.
He'll be hoping to leave himself a better finish. 108, this is a nice one. You've got your choices. You can do a tops or a 16, man. You can
Danny
leave whichever
require
one you fancy.
108.
Ah, it's the 19s route. It could pay off as well.
76.
It almost did. You've got to give Colley
Reece require
credit
90.
after that wayward second dart in his previous visit. He did still make his way to 90. The different route to 90 that he had the last time he was on it. He's got a shot at double five.
80. Danny, you require 32.
He
Game
left it,
shot
he
and
takes
the
it,
third leg.
and he also
Danny
gets a
Smith.
break of throw for a 2-1 lead. There will have been many people backing the likes of Henderson and Colley this morning to win
Fourth
this
leg,
group,
it's Danny
but
to throw
maybe they're
first.
thinking,
Game on.
I wonder what the price was on Danny Smith this morning. I think it would have been quite big. But just remember, everybody, if you are having a flitter over the next
59.
few days, it's over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org for more information.
Can actually
100.
give you the facts on that. So to win Group A, Danny Smith, you could have got 14 to 1. He was the biggest outsider of the 6. To win the entire
100.
week, 25 to 1. Of which I think you're not going to be getting that when that book reopens ready for tomorrow's play.
140.
Still a long way to go. We're only in match 4 of 15 for today. And today's going to go on at a pretty good pace.
140.
These guys like to get on with it. I don't think we've got a great deal in the way of slow players this week. Probably have to say
37.
someone like maybe Mark Graham, who's involved in Group C on Friday and on Thursday. He's probably the slowest player, and he's not even that slow.
100.
It'll be no surprise to let you know that John Henderson was actually the favourite this week, and Dan Bateman on Twitter also
100.
going along with that as
Danny
well.
require
Fancies
102.
Hendo for the title.
It's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? Hendo for the title. I'm sure all the other players will be thinking that their name next to for the title has a good ring to it as well. Colley's got a chance to break straight
52.
back, but
Reece,
it's a
you
big
require
treble and a single to leave the
124.
bull. There's the single. Treble 18 required. Gets that.
99.
A very fine try.
Danny, you require 50.
But now, just like the 108 from the previous leg, he's got his pick of doubles and it's tops this time.
30.
That's painful. And he may pay the price
Reece, you require
for those
25.
two misses at tops. That's a single 3. So he's got double 11. He won't mind as long as he hits it. And he
Game
does.
shot and the 4th leg.
That brings up
Reece
a really
Colley.
interesting thing that's happened to me in my life. Because I used to have a girlfriend who was a very good dart player. I think she's somebody that you know, Matt. And
5th leg, it is Reece to throw first.
she
Game
always
on.
used to go 3 double 11 for 25. I always thought, do you just keep missing the 17?
100.
So I asked her one day, do you go for the 3? And she said, yeah, I go 3 double 11. Only person I've ever met who goes 3 double 11 for 25.
85.
I actually love the lie of double 11 and its position on the board, and it's only the breakdown that stops people from using it. I think It's a fantastic
140.
positioning on the board, and one of the things that me and Kevin Painter always do in our practice is anytime it's missed, we always say no one misses double 11,
140.
and it always goes in.
Well, so far, Reece Colley hasn't missed it, and he's the only person who's gone for it today. So that
91.
subscribes to your mantra of nobody missing double 11. But if you were to substitute double 11 with another number, what would you put there?
180.
First max of the match for Danny Smith. First max of the day. He didn't hit one despite averaging 100. But I'd like to
100.
I'd like to put
Danny
40
require
there
96.
because I hate tops. But it breaks down quite nicely.
Game
So
shot
does
and
that
the 5th
one.
leg.
Best leg of the
Danny
day
Smith.
from Danny Smith. An 11 darter to get our 3rd consecutive break of throw in this match. And all of a sudden, these two are on a very even keel
6th leg, it's Danny
average-wise.
to throw first. Game on.
But the big separator, the doubling. Smith, 50%. 6 attempts for 3 hits. But Reece Colley's had 11 shots at a double and only hit 2. That's where this match has been won and lost so far.
44.
Is he going to double dip and get 4 points from 2 games? To put himself
81.
firmly on the front foot.
You got to be honest, when the day started, you sort of felt that Danny Smith was
134.
probably the one whose standard or his averages was just a little bit below the rest of the group. What he's saying here
100.
is it doesn't matter what's happened in the past, which is what we were saying really with Reece Colley as well, wasn't it? That he's had that bad form coming into here that it only
46.
matters about what you're doing now, and what you're doing now can change how we view things of the future.
It's also nice to see somebody using somewhat old school equipment.
57.
I don't mean to the level of using feathers as flights, because we can remember that as kids. But if you look at the Danny Smith equipment, those barrels have got some age about them. And in
59.
fact, one of the darts
Danny
is
require
different to the others
170.
because it has black rings on the dart as opposed to red rings. He's not going to get himself a red ribbon
98.
for a 170 and a finish of 4 legs to 2 just yet, but he's still in position to get the win.
Yeah, they remind me of they might be the
46.
dart of Eric Bristow
Danny
dart that
requires
used to get off the
72.
high street.
That's 21 off. And that's a bad dart. That was for a single 11. Again, he has his choice. And the choice has
32.
been left for tops. Unfortunately for him, Colley is not in sight.
Yeah, you could just see there as the shoulder sort of came over the top of the throw. So it's
58.
naturally just going to go down.
Danny, you require 40.
He just threw himself into the shot a little bit there. His doubles have been rock solid.
20.
He can't convert on this occasion. He
require
offers Reece Colley an
114.
opportunity. You're offering a champion an opportunity at 114.
94.
Chance missed.
Danny, you
And it
require
may well
20.
be the last chance he gets.
Game
it was the
shot.
last chance.
And the match.
Danny Smith is the first person in Group A to 4 points. He's going to feel very, very good about the level of performance that he has shown us today, but his average in that one was 17 points less than his previous. He'll want to get back up towards that 100 mark in his third game, which will be against Richard North in Game 8. You do not want to miss that one, believe me. But Reece Colley will have to stay on 2 points for now as he loses 4-2 to the big man from Portsmouth. Another big man on the way. John Henderson will play his second match of the day against Lee Budgen after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Live televised darts 6 days a week here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're into our 5th game of day 1 for this particular week, and it sees Lee Budgen, our ADC qualifier for the week, take on Big John Henderson. Who's going to win this battle of the debutants? Let's hand over to Paul and Matt.
To see where he's at with his game. Had a good look at a possible win against Reece Colley in his first game of the day, but succumbed to a 4-3 loss. Whereas Lee Budgen, a 4-1 loss to Richard North. But fair to say that he was outclassed in that game by the man from Hampshire, but Hendo will want to get back on the winning horse here. Bit more in tune with how things feel on that stage. This is game 5. It will be the end of the first third of our action here on Sporty Stuff TV for the morning. I just wonder if Hendo is a bit more warmed up.
I think that's probably the phrase we'll probably go for both the players.
First leg, it is Lee to throw first. Game on.
When we look at John Henderson, he went 3-1 down and then he put in 2 very good legs to pull it back and just wasn't able to go over the line, where Lee Budgen had the same sort of situation. He got stronger as the game went on. So there shall be no excuses from this point. It's just, I think whoever plays the best here is going to be winning, and it's going to be a good standard of darts.
I've been thinking about something since Lee's first game today. And if you think about
58.
his accent as well, being from Hull, he just looks like a rugby league player to me. He looks like the kind of person that if you ran into him at speed, he would win.
55.
Now, to me, he reminds me of somebody different.
44.
To me, we've all played the game Guess Who. There's a character on Guess Who, and I can't think who it is.
I'm really, really keen to see where you're going with this.
55.
But there's a guy on Guess Who, and that's who it reminds me of. That's.
So if we were having a Super Series Guess Who, does he have a beard? And first and foremost, we have to ask the question,
180.
is it a man? I've had female players too, the likes of Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, and the multi-talented Corinne Hammond.
95.
But I see what you mean. If you ask it, has this person got a full head of hair? Maybe that's something we can do.
60.
We can play a game of MODUS Super Series Guess Who.
I'm sure we'll be playing that soon, actually, when I go up and speak to Henry, because he'll be wanting some of Edgar's predictions of Guess Who wins the group, probably.
121.
Everybody loves a 1-2-1, but right now Lee's not going to take it. Hendo's going to have an opportunity now for a first leg break of throw.
John, you require 56.
I'd stick my house on the fact that he's going for tops. My house is safe. Is John safe?
36.
Not just yet.
Lee requires 78.
Well, that makes things a little bit harder. But he's got double 17 for tops.
38.
Almost
John,
resuscitates the checkout. I can't quite find what John missed in his previous visit. 2 gorgeous guides for 10s.
10.
But they can't be used.
Lee, you require 40.
Couldn't get any closer. I don't think I could have took my sheet of paper and making notes on and slipped it between those darts on the double.
35.
We'll get another
John, you require
opportunity.
10.
Are we seeing signs from 2 debutants that they're not quite in tune with the atmosphere here?
That is
A
game
somewhat
shot and the
library
first
atmosphere.
leg. John Henderson.
Henderson will probably be a bit more in tune with it, because this will be a bit more like Players' Championship events, which he's been a part of the last decade.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
This is very much like one of those stream board, isn't it? It's one of those sort of environments where all you've got is you and the
140.
Were you a fan of playing in the library atmosphere, or did you prefer to play with that white noise and that
59.
vociferous nature of the darting fan base behind you?
I liked either or. I hated the in-between. Like a Euro tour on a Friday afternoon.
81.
Hated that.
I completely agree with you, actually. Dart players like consistency when it comes to noise, whether it's complete silence
121.
or complete mayhem. Something in between where you've got maybe 50 to 100 fans. You don't get white noise, but
43.
you can hear people's conversations with an intricate nature. This is better from Budgen.
174.
Much better. It's just a shame that 174 is leaving 147 after 9 and not after 6.
140. Lee
Full
require
credit to Hendo, though.
147.
He's in a better position. And he is going to get a look at that 97 for a 2-0 lead. And what does Henderson
30.
need to really start feeling
John, you
good about
require
today?
97.
Maybe a 2-dart kill like this would help. He's not going to go double-double. He's old school.
73.
Another well-thrown
Lee
dart at the outer
require
ring, but just
117.
not registering. And Budgen could equalise on tops.
97. John, you require 24.
See what we thought of that. Like with that dart we said last time where the shoulders
That
come
is
up,
game
he
shot
thought the
and the
wrist had come
second
up and
leg. John Henderson.
dropped that one down as Henderson doubles his lead. If there was a concern for John Henderson today, it would be fatigue. Those challenge
Third
tours
leg,
are
it's
quite
Lee to throw
grueling, but
first.
I think
Game
the
on.
fact John Henderson's come here and he's got new equipment, new darts, I think he's trying to look for that new lease of life. He did mention in our conversation this morning that he just turned 50 in May and
177.
the seniors becomes an option, but I don't think he strikes me as a guy that is ready to start coming away from the Pro Tour. I think he's a
93.
guy that wants to get back on there and have another go with that tour card.
Unquestionably. I think he wants to use
100.
all of these different vehicles throughout 2023 as a trampoline to go back to where he was and have a fresh outlook. Keegan Brown said to me when he lost his tour card after the World Championship, you don't
140.
know what you had until it's not there anymore. And I think John understands the amount of hard work that he's going to have to do this year if he wants to get back for 2024.
60.
But I think he's doing the right thing. New shirts, new shoes. Now, don't underestimate dart players getting new shoes because
98.
they do make a big difference.
Lee, you require
But
164.
new darts as well. Everything is fresh. Well, he's going to go for this. Oh, how close was that?
139. John, you
Would have been
require
the biggest finish of the day so
170.
far to usurp the 136 of Richard North from earlier.
There's that 25 again. We
59.
spoke about
Lee
the
require
3W11. We spoke about the 17s, the 9, which is my preferred route as he just squeezes that one into even the 88.
9. John, you require
Just
111.
for a second there, your heart was in your mouth because it was so close to the treble 9. Endo's going for the Nelson on tops. Oh,
Game
right in the
shot
corner.
and the third leg.
That is hurtful
John
for Budgen.
Henderson.
And for the man who adorns the Scottish colours but loves a football team in green and
Fourth
white.
leg, it's John to throw first.
He's now 3-0
Game
up.
on.
He's got a hat-trick of his own, looking for a fourth. And that tartan that you see on his shirt, on his
95.
right sleeve and his right rib area, I do believe that's the same tartan that he got married in. Not the same material, but it's the same pattern.
96.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that John Henderson shirt. I like when players go a little bit big with the shirts, big and bold, and
100.
so many different elements to it. We've got the flag, we've got the tartan, we've got the sword, we've got the lightning. It's got everything, hasn't it? I love that shirt.
140.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, actually. And funnily enough, I'd like at this juncture just to pay tribute to a friend of mine and John's, who used to design our dart shirts. There's a friend of ours called Paul Bithell over in Australia who's been suffering with a second bout of cancer over the last few months. He's been very unwell. And
95.
we wish Paul all the very best in his recovery over in Maryborough in Victoria.
$100. Lee, you require 170.
Well, he had a poke at the 164 on the ball. Won't be having one at the 170. Henderson's already wrapped up one shot.
100.
Which only requires the one treble, the
John, you
111 that was
require
in the last.
106.
If you can do it in this one, he'll be rectifying his day. It is still on. Not the way he wanted.
No top-class player likes to get a single
82.
5 on a 106 effort.
Lee, you require 70.
But he may well get a shot for a 4-0 victory. It depends on what Lee does on double A.
Game
he finds
shot
it this
and
time,
the fourth leg.
obviously
Lee
doesn't like
Budgen.
bagels, because he stopped a bagel in his first game by taking leg number 4 against Richard North. He's done just that against Hendo.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
I was talking to Lee this morning about the start of 2023 for him.
93.
He was playing super darts at the end of 2022. Really, really positive going into Q School. Didn't work out for him. And as a consequence,
29.
he did not go to the challenge tours in the days after because he wasn't very well. He's only just recovered over the last few days. Quite unfortunate when you consider
85.
the importance of those first challenge tour events. And we'll just pay tribute to the people who did win a challenge tour event over the last few days, the likes of Chris Landman
54.
of the Netherlands, who was with us, of course, a few weeks ago. Cam Crabtree, a little bit of a tongue twister, that one. He currently holds,
45.
or co-holds, the venue average record here. Christian Kiss, the former world champion from 11 years ago. Andy Bolton, I've already mentioned him today, but the man at the top of the order of merit before more challenge tour action comes back
60.
is Thibaut Tricol, our favourite Frenchman. I'm sure we'll be seeing him back here at the Super Series at some point over the next few months.
And with Thibaut Tricol top of the Challenge Tour and Jacques Labrie winning a tour card, surely now is the time that we're going to see them get an invitation to the World Cup of Darts.
58.
If they don't, I think there's going to be some sort of social media backlash because we really want to get into France as a sport.
42.
And if we don't do it now, we are neglecting a fantastic opportunity. And John knows how important the World Cup can be to vault yourself into another stratosphere
60.
individually as well as a country. Speaking of vaulting, though, Budgen, if he gets a 140, will be favourite to get the second leg of this
100.
contest.
$45.
Won't be happy
Lee
with that one.
requires 76.
And Budgen does get 6 darts from 76. Looks pretty solid.
36.
Solid enough for now, as long as he takes that 40 when he returns.
$90. Lee, you require 40.
Can he? To get within 1.
Game shot
There it
and
is.
the fifth leg.
22
Lee
darts is good
Budgen.
enough to take that leg. And John will not be happy with his level of performance so far, which is around 79 for the day so far. And
Sixth leg, it's John to throw
like
first.
you mentioned earlier, Matt,
Game on.
if you're going to win this group over the course of 3 days, you need to have 10 more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And
85.
it goes back to the point you made earlier on as well about Lee Budgen saying he had a great end to last year, when we spoke about Reece Colley, who hasn't had a good start to this year with the Challenge Tour in Q School. And it just goes back to that point I made
100.
before of people over-expecting. Because again, the stats I've seen banded around, if you can't average 95 regularly, don't go to Q School. 95?
95.
That's like top 32, 95. But people thinking that's what you need for Q School. And I think people are going there just trying to do too much. And I was very
58.
guilty of this in my career. Anytime I'd play one of the top players, I thought, right, I've got to do better. And you'd force things. But then when you look at the stats and you think, well, if I just carried on doing what I was doing, I probably had more opportunities than
100.
the psychological battle that you go through. And I think that's probably what we're seeing with players at the moment, just thinking they need more than they do.
That's a fair assumption. But I think if you dig a little
42.
deeper, there are players out there who think that they're good enough for Q School when in fact they're not ready. That's why it's now a 2-stage thing. If you can't get through stage 1, you're not ready
60.
for the tour. It's as simple as that. And I think the move to make it a 2-stage Q School was one of the best moves the PDC have made in the last 10 years.
I I think that now needs to be closely followed by stage
require
1
161.
eliminations, not being eligible to play the challenge tour.
I completely agree with you, wholeheartedly.
137.
That's a beautiful setup from John. He's had a couple of legs of disappointment, but now he looks ready to get his first points here in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge.
24.
He's already hit double 12 today. Can he hit it another time to get those points?
12.
Not just yet. He'll have to rely on double 6 or the equivalent of 12 points some other way.
Well, we spoke about the nice position of the board of the double 11. Double 6 has that same effect.
John, you require 12.
Nice one just down the middle for a right-handed player.
Game,
just get
shot,
that one right, and in it goes. John Henderson gets his first victory of his MODUS Super Series career, and that will be most likely the first of many, as we will see him all week competing here in Group A. A 4-2 success over Lee Budgen. Coming up next, we've got another opportunity to cast our eye over Niall Culleton, whose day didn't start off great. A 4-0 defeat to Danny Smith. He takes on Richard North.
John Henderson sealed a first victory here at the MODUS Super Series, getting the better of Lee Budgen by 4 legs to 2 to complete round 2 of our fixtures here on day 1 at the Live Lounge. It is Niall Culleton up against Richard North. Let's see who the victor is going to be in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks again, Henry. It's been a very different day for these two so far, albeit only playing 1 match. But the 32-year-old from Romsey, nickname of Northie, we'll talk about his other nicknames in a moment, is up against Culleton. Well, it really was imaginative when it came to nickname school for these two. But how creative will they be when it comes to the art of the dart coming up over the next 10 to 15 minutes? Maybe a little bit longer than that if it goes close. In fact, only 1 match so far today has gone the distance And that was Colley beating Hendo in match number 1. Since then, 4 matches not going the distance. That sees Danny Smith at the top on 4 points. Can he be caught
First
by
leg,
Northie?
it is Niall to throw first. Game on.
Let's find out. As Cully throws first with another different setup from his previous game. That's now
38.
3 different combinations of flight and stem. Now, there is a caveat to that because I think that this one is just a different colour
58.
to the other ones that he used, which were orange.
Yeah, it's not a sign of a confident man, is it, when they're constantly changing the equipment? And the thing that you get with that, though, is you get a psychological detachment, because if he's playing bad,
45.
it's not him, he's just using the wrong darts. The issue is when you do this and you get into this mode, eventually those darts are going to be your darts. That is the darts you are expected to play with.
140.
So that psychological pressure and expectation comes back onto you again. If you don't like dealing with that, you just can keep changing the darts.
180.
Who said you need really thin, streamlined darts to get 180s tightly compacted in there? He's got short, bulbous
60.
barrels, and all 3 were clicked together there. That was a beautiful maximum from Richard. Did you ever have any games
100.
where you changed your setup mid-match, both consciously or because something happened to a previous piece of equipment?
30.
Not
Richard, you require
anything that wasn't a
118.
like-for-like change. It was never a drastic change of weight or barrel or shape.
58. Niall, you require
Let's
148.
see what Richard does with 60. Now that Niall has missed the 148. In this play,
100.
Darryl Gurney of Northern Ireland would throw
Richard,
that
you
dart
require
which goes
60.
really flat. Look at the angle of this dart. Doesn't like it, you see. That's why Darryl Gurney throws that flat shot. Whereas
50.
he will hate that shot of double 10.
Now
That's
you require 48.
almost closer to the treble. Does Cully get his first leg of the day? Yes, he
Game
does.
shot and the
Relief for the
first
man
leg.
from Ireland.
Niall Culleton.
And he's on his way. But just to bring us back to that thing about the equipment, I was playing on this stage back in October.
Second
in
leg,
week
it's
12.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
And one of my points stayed in the board. I had to take the point out of the board.
90.
It wouldn't stay in the old barrel, so I had to go to a different barrel which had a different point in it. And that was something I couldn't fix.
81.
Ultimately, I was eliminated, so I had myself a predisposed excuse, but it had nothing to do with the point, I assure you.
140.
Here's a great question for you then. And we don't have to go into the names and who's... What's the best darts excuse you've ever heard?
140.
We've heard many of reasons as why something hasn't worked for somebody.
Oh, I can guarantee you that a book could be written. 501 darts excuses.
133.
Easily. I've heard that somebody left a door open in a different room.
135.
That was a good
Richard,
one.
you require 138.
That stock one of somebody was too loud. In these kind of atmospheres.
98.
I'll have to get my
Now
thinking
you
cap
require
on for the best one.
145.
I'll ask for a retort from yourself at the end of this leg, but Cully's looking to leave himself handily placed here. There's a good second dart there.
130.
Almost too good.
Richard, you require 40. That's game
There it
shot
is.
and
1-1.
the second leg.
Very good
Richard
leg
North.
from Richard North. 13 darts. And he's starting to click into gear here. Okay, here's one for you. His
Third leg, it's
shoes
Niall to
were
throw
too
first.
loud.
Game on.
They were too squeaky, by the way. They weren't talking.
23.
Squeaky shoes.
One of the ones I enjoyed as well was someone said they lost
125.
because in the breakfast bar they wouldn't make him an onion and mushroom omelette. So it set them up badly for the day.
125.
I would dearly love to know who that is. But I'll ask you off the air. I would hazard a guess, but that wouldn't be fair. There's a lot of players in World Darts who that could have been. And it brings up an interesting point about the kind of breakfast that these players will have.
60.
Because you do need something that's going to be slow release energy over the course of 5, 6, possibly 7 hours. And then you have to top yourself up with
128.
snacks throughout the course of the day. It's an interesting balancing act that these players have for the challenge that they have on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
57.
Yeah, snacks is the way forward. I've played in this, and one thing you never want to do is you don't want to feel full. But you don't want to get to the point you feel hungry or thirsty.
89.
It's too late. You've gone too far. And this is a tip for anyone who's looking at playing tournament play as well, and certainly things such as the Challenge Tour, when they're these sort of marathon
140.
days. If you feel hungry,
Richard, you
it's too
require
late.
111.
Snacks, top up.
Great first start from Northey. And he's going south this time.
79.
I was just
Now
about
you
to say
require
they used to call him the mouth of the
96.
south. That was one of his previous nicknames. Culleton's going north.
Game
and getting
shot
two
and the
doubles this
third leg.
time.
Niall
Brilliantly
Culleton.
done from Culleton. 2-1 lead. This is much better than what we saw from him in his first game, where he averaged
Fourth leg, it's Richard to throw
very
first.
under par,
Game on.
67.8.
I'll tell you a story about Richard North, actually. We was going to a
117.
European tour, I believe it was in Germany, and was in the minibus, and we got in the back of the minibus so with Richard North for what was a 2.5-hour journey, and he decided what we was going to do was going to play this game where you've got to try and name as many movies as you can. He said pick an actor.
Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler. Yep. And
180.
we had to name every movies he was in. Now, I was cheating. Keegan Brown was sat in front of me, and he went on Wikipedia, and he held it up.
36.
And he was showing me all the movies. And I picked one off the list, and Northey turns around and goes, "How did you get that?" He goes, "He was only in it for like 14 seconds." And I'm like, "How do you know this?" I
93.
only know it because I'm looking at Wikipedia. He's a massive fan of movies.
Are you trying to tell me that he's a bit of a boffin when it comes to Adam Sandler?
85.
Oh, he's
Richard,
telling
you
me all
require
about movies he's
111.
watched this morning as well. He's a big fan of movie channels. I'm sure that's how he's going to be spending his
41.
free time. He'll be wanting to get through Group A so he can have 2 days of watching movies.
He does have a young family as well. Other responsibilities
100.
that you have to balance with your career.
Richard, you require 70.
It's a bit of a balancing act, this game. Options here. And this time he's got a tops with nothing in the way.
Game
That's a good shot.
and the
A
fourth
somewhat
leg. Richard
questionable
North.
single 12. Almost hit the single 9. But the recovery was perfect. And this is a very even, excellently manifested
Fifth leg,
game
it's
from
Niall to
both
throw
players.
first. Game on.
And curiously for
60.
me, Culleton has not changed his equipment in 4 legs in this contest, which brings us back to you saying that's a sign of a lack of confidence when he
84.
changes. With him, we now know that we can say he's confident when he doesn't change.
Yeah, I think it's the
100.
lack of confidence which only breeds more lack of confidence, because if we was to draw a circle with him at the very top of it always comes back to you. Whenever you change your equipment, it's okay, these aren't my darts now. You make sure everyone knows they're not your darts. You've got new darts.
83.
You'll go into your local, I'm trying these new darts tonight, and after a couple of weeks, like I said, they are your darts. That is you. It comes back to being you again. If you're not comfortable with that feeling, the only way to get rid of that feeling is to once again change the
99.
darts. So you're forever going to be in that horrible circle of changing until you address what the real deep lying issue is.
Some people just like new equipment, don't they?
98.
Bit like people like new cars and the new car smell. What's the fix for that? Get an air freshener that smells like a new car. Because there's nothing wrong with the old car.
Now we require 160.
This would be some way to get a 3-2 lead. But Northie's positioned to get a 3-2 lead of his own now.
53.
This would be
Richard,
for
you
a break
require
as well.
82.
To give him a great chance for a second win out of 2 games today. Got to get a move on. I think that's clinging on. Double top.
62. Now you require 107.
At some points that might have fallen to the floor, but the points he's using really grabbed onto the sisal there. He's going to get a look at double 10.
55. Richard, you require 20.
Does like 10s, usually. He will if he hits it here. Just bounced it off the left-hand side.
10.
Didn't even use them. Some players would have gone way left there and tried to hit the dart and let it bounce in. That's a big miss. Oh
Game
boy,
shot
that's
and
a
the
hurtful
fifth leg.
steal.
Niall Culleton.
Well, I wouldn't want to be those darts right now. I told you he's got a very firm handshake. And when he grasped those darts out the board, it's a good job those things are made of one of the toughest metals on earth.
Game on.
Yeah, we spoke quite a bit about equipment in this one. We've had an interesting question through as well from Ross
97.
Coleman that's saying that Culleton's using one of these flight combo systems that we've seen quite a lot coming into darts at the moment, asking for any opinions we might have on this sort
100.
of flight stem combo all in one piece.
Well, throughout my childhood and coming into the pro game, everybody
57.
was a user of a separate system where you would pop the flight into the stem. And a lot of people still do that. Richard North's doing it in this game.
100.
But I think the person who started it and it became really fashionable was Jose de Souza. Beautifully done from Northie there.
180.
Trying to stay in this game and doing a fine job so far in like 6. But when de Souza started to hit a ridiculous
41.
amount of 180s,
Richard, you require
people started to
167.
subscribe to the fact that maybe those combinations of stem and flight might yield a better opportunity of putting the darts
131.
together. I'm still out as far as the jury's concerned when it comes to whether that's the case. But it certainly worked for Niall there.
180. Richard, you require 36.
So to take us all the way to a deciding leg, double 18.
Game shot and the 6th leg. Richard North.
And that is a holder throw for Richard North, so we will go to a deciding leg where Niall Culleton will be throwing first, using that light and stem combo that we are
7th and final leg.
discussing. Now, for me, I think there's pros and cons. I think the pro side to it is you've got the guaranteed setup of the perfectly
28.
shaped flight every single time.
So you're talking about the right angles of the flight split. So it's north, south, east and west, and it's a perfect 90-degree angle on every side.
96.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's the big positive. The negative to me is if that flight clatters into the back of the other, where traditionally it would pop off, now that force has to go somewhere. You've generated force of the 2 objects hitting. Now, if those 2 objects hit, for me, the change has to be on the other side of the dart, which is the direction of the point. You're going to change the angle of entry, or even the true reflection of where the dart will land. It might flick off to a different target.
I think you make a very valid point. I think that is maybe an experiment that certain manufacturers are going through right now to make sure that deflections or collisions
115.
are brought to a minimum. This is a last leg decider, and it's been a very good leg so far.
100.
Culleton's going to get first look to take the 2 points in this 6th game as well.
90.
Sensible switch from North.
98.
But you'd rather have 98 in this spot rather than 142.
58.
I'm not sure about the double top
require
shot, but maybe that
142.
is the gauntlet laid down for Richard. Which route does he fancy? 60s or 17s?
He's worked it out. Doesn't get the application. And you mentioned earlier, someone with a 92 average could beat someone
57.
averaging over 100.
Now you
This
require
could be the case in
40.
point.
Double 10 for his first win of the day. Double 5.
30.
Well, for me, they were very rushed.
Richard, you require 85.
Not the usual rhythm that we would associate with Niall. Maybe he just wanted to get across the line. He may have his pocket picked on the bull. So he does come back.
44. Now you require 10.
Hit this and it will be a big sigh of relief. And there
That's
it is,
game shot.
a huge
And the
sigh of
match.
relief for
Niall
Culleton,
Culleton.
who gets his first 2 points of the campaign. Funnily enough, to equalise Richard North in the table. As far as his leg difference is concerned, it will remain in the minus column at -3. But North, he will remain on 2 points and +2. We'll have a deep look at the table when we come back after the break. They are the stats for that 6th match. We'll take a short break now, but Matt and Henry will look at the table when we come back to see where everybody's placed.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds of fixtures down. And as you can see, Matthew Edgar has joined me up here on the balcony to assess everything that we've seen. Before we get Matthew's take on the action, let's have a quick check of the league table after 6 games played. And it is Danny Smith who is the man at the top of the table, the only player to win both of his fixtures so far. And it has to be said, Matt, that he was a 14-1 outsider with the bookmakers at the start of the day, but the way he has played, the way he has started, both performances, really strong.
You can sometimes watch a player and you watch them and think you're playing at the peak of your potential here. I don't get that vibe with Danny Smith, despite the fact he's won, despite the fact he's outperforming what we expected, what the bookies expected, and probably what everyone expected from Danny Smith. Everyone expected that to be John Henderson sat at the top of the table at this point, and John Henderson to come here and run away with this because the pedigree he's got. But Danny Smith, little bit of an unknown, has come here and he's he's making it look quite easy. He's looking really comfortable. He's looking like there's more to come from him. And I'll be interested to see how this develops.
It says a lot that when your average dips to 83, and that's a massive dip from the average from the first game, that's when you know you're playing well.
And 83, that's enough. When me and Paul Nicholson spoke in commentary about how averages, like, when you look at those blocks and blocks of 3, because that's what we're throwing, 3 darts at a time. So how many of those blocks do you need? And when you're hitting that 83, that gets you in a streak where you're capable of beating someone who's averaging 93 as long as you're winning those key moments. He's winning all the key moments, and 83 is going to be competitive. We can see what he can do because he's shown us that 100 average in the first game. Going to be a dangerous customer, and you know it's going to be one of those that we look at how this is going to develop and grow when everyone's already lost a game already. Psychologically, we can start evaluating. This is going to be interesting, and this is one of those groups where we look at a 3-day group like this and we say all those different tests that people are going to face. Now for Danny, it's continuation.
Well, we're going to see Danny Smith a little bit later on, but our next match sees Reece Colley in action against Lee Budgen. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Interesting game we have here in the middle round of matches to start right now with Reece Colley, the 23-year-old from the West Midlands, about to take on Lee Budgen, our ADC qualifier, who is the only player not to register a win so far. That says a couple of things to me at this point. First thing is that Colley could get himself to 4 points alongside Danny Smith at the top of the table if he can take out Lee. But if Lee can get his first victory right here, that will mean that everybody is tightly compacted going into the middle match of the day, which will be Danny Smith and Richard North after this.
Reece to throw first. Game on.
So over to Reece Colley, who will be favourite in this game for a couple of reasons. He's played better today, and he has the darts. Always seems to play the game, in my opinion, Matt, with a somewhat relaxed look on his face. He doesn't look like someone under a great deal of stress.
56.
When you see this camera here, where the board is on the left and the player is on the right, I spend most of my time watching the player
44.
to see how they're feeling. But Chaos, as he's known, doesn't really give you a lot of information.
Yeah, I do exactly the same thing. I call this 2 different angles here, so that when we've got on the left here, we've got the board, I call that the outcome. And on the right-hand side where the player is throwing, that is the process. And I like to stand and analyse the process of the players, whether it's the technique, whether it's the visuals that they give us, and absolutely, I think the only time we really see him react is when he's had those darts that have just gone a little bit low. We see him stick his tongue out at those ones, or his cheek puffs out to the side a little bit like he's just been fish hooked.
70.
A bit like the old days in the theatre when they used to get the hook out and just pull you to the left or right. And Budgen's doing the right thing here.
95.
265. He does leave himself on a finish that has its own name, of course. I do believe it was the great Rod Studd that first coined the phrase "the big fish."
170.
Oh, it doesn't get any better than that with the first dart. Dart 2's not bad. Dart number 3 was very close.
Reece require 62.
Double 16 for Colley.
30.
Had the right idea to try and bump it in off his previous shot. A very positive effort that was from Reece.
Game
but it's in vain.
And the first leg,
Budgen starts this match a lot better than his previous two, where on both occasions he was 3-0 down.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw
first. Back to the board,
Game
something
on.
he's just not quite got used to yet. But again, we go back to that 25, don't we? And the different
60.
routes. And you could go 5 double 10, 1 double 12, 9 double 8, 17 double 4. You've mentioned the 3 double 11. I've also
100.
had one coming on Twitter of the 13 double 6 approach. Something you said that Scott Williams, who had a very, very good 2022, likes to do.
Yeah, very much so. He likes to concentrate the shots in the same section of the board. And for me, whenever the 13-6 comes up, it always reminds me of Scott, who we wish well this year, of course. He spent a lot of time with us over the last year and a bit. But unfortunately, if you are tuning in to see a little bit of chaotic yellow, you're not going to be seeing Scott Williams for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, we shared a few practice rooms with him in this format last year and
140.
really enjoyed the company of Scott Williams.
Now, we have been almost playing question seesaw today, Matt. My turn to ask you a question. Who are the best and worst players you've had to share a practice room with? And you're going to have to answer that in leg number 3. Because I know our audience will be very intrigued.
Lee require 153.
As Budgen goes for a 153. Fascinating to me that a lot of players are
45.
going for the switch on the first start as opposed to trying to get the treble 20 out of the way first these days. I like to call that the Rob Cross algorithm, because he does that a lot.
25. Lee require 108.
Just start to question Reece Colley at the moment, a man who's not had the greatest of form this year. And with that, doesn't have that short-term belief. So 84. When things start going wrong, does it start to unravel?
126.
That is the question mark I'm putting over now.
Doesn't get the 419s.
98.
So this is uncharted territory for Budgen. On this hockey, at least.
Game
but
shot.
He's starting to
and
run with that confidence.
Lee Budgen.
And he's got that little bit of a swagger when he walks, like Aaron Monk. Which is another player you're not going to be seeing for the next couple of years because he got a tour card.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw
first. Very recently.
Game on.
So without further ado, you've had enough thinking time, Matt. Best person you've shared a practice room with?
85.
In this environment, the sort of where we're in.
I like how you're doing this. No, any practice room.
Okay. In terms of general practice room, you tend to find that when you're playing things such as the World Championships, everyone keeps themselves to themselves. There is no sort of ambience or atmosphere in there as such. I tend to find that when we're here at like the Super Series, the practice room atmosphere is so much different, and I've really enjoyed the practice rooms down here where I would say people like Scott Williams,
40.
Robert Rickwood, they've been very entertaining to spend some time with. And the thing I like about Robert Rickwood is he's so
135
brash about the things he does that you appreciate it. Like, he will flat out tell you as you're going out to play your game, like, have a good one, but lose.
So he's a bit of a straight talker.
Oh, absolutely. And I've never met a man so tight in my life, but so funny because everything just seems to want to charge him bits extra.
So he pays everything with jokes. This is no joke.
180.
The only person laughing right there is Lee.
Reece required 98.
This is not going to be laughing if he misses double 19. But he doesn't. That's a world-class out from Chaos.
Reece Colley
stops Budgen from getting the chance of the 3-0 lead. And now we've got a game on our hands.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to
Robert
throw first.
Rickwood went for breakfast with Steve Brown. And you can imagine, just from what I've told you, they probably like to eat in different types of establishment. So
140.
Steve Brown's took him in for this breakfast. And you'd think that he just sat down on a spring, because Rickwood sits down, sees the prices on the menu and gets up to leave straight away. And Steve's like, we can't leave, so Steve bought it for him. There's many, many stories of Robert Rickwood. He went to a very well-known cheaper establishment for his dinner. And it said drink and fish and chips like £6, but they charged him 8. And he started debating it for ages why it was £8. One, because he decided to have a beer with his fish, so they charged him an extra £1. And then they tried charging him £1 to put batter on the fish.
You'll have to tell me what establishment that was.
121.
No, come on. So who's the worst that you've shared a practice room with?
57. Lee, you require
I'll let
100.
you stew on that one because Lee's on a 100 checkout. And he might well take it in 2. He's definitely starting to warm up a little bit.
80.
He will be back for double 10. That is a bit of a bonus. Reece making great strides in that third leg to get within 1, but
44.
he reverts back
Lee,
to
you
type
require 20.
from legs 1 and 2. And it should be 3-1. Now, he does have an option of splitting this
15.
or busting it. And unfortunately, he does exactly the wrong thing, which is splitting the 5s. What would you have done in that spot, Matt?
I would have been very aggressive there. I'd have I'd continued with it. I would have done exactly what Lee has there, because sometimes you split it, then you go straight in and you hit the 10 and you're back to the same position all over again.
Game shot and the 4th leg.
But he gets
Lee
there in
Budgen.
the end. And that is a hold of throw there for Lee Budgen, who's, for the first time today, a leg away from winning the match.
5th leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game
Never
on.
judge a player on day 1. But what I'm starting to see from Lee is more
100.
encouraging than at any point today. It's very difficult as a debutant to come in here and do something from the very off. Not everybody can do a Cam Crabtree, averaging 115
60.
in your debut game. That doesn't happen every day.
I'm going to go with 2 players for the worst player to share a practice room with.
I'm intrigued.
180.
I can't remember the names, but we had 2 of the young Dutch lads come in, and they stood there with headphones on the entire time. And I was like,
46.
There's no interaction, there's no chance to have... And I like a little bit of a mind game from time to time in there as well. In fact, I'm going to give you 3. I'm going to give you Josh Payne.
85.
And not because I don't like Josh. I get on so well with Josh. We'd go out for meals when we played in the same ones together. I love it. But my word, the flatulence on that guy. Not worth sharing a practice room with on that basis.
You want to hope that Josh is not watching.
136.
Now, Reece Colley has got a chance of getting within 1.
45.
But fair play to Lee. He's got himself 2 maximums in this game now. One more big score might scare Reece into missing the 91, giving him a match-winning chance.
45.
But it is a chance, but it's a big one. One that he nearly hit earlier in this match. Double top. No, it doesn't get any better than that.
5th leg.
And stops
Reece
his opponent
Colley.
from getting that match-winning chance. It's now 3-2.
I think if you're Lee Budgen, you're probably thinking this is your match-winning chance when you're coming up to the hockey.
6th leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
It's pretty simple for me. Best player that I've shared a practice room with was always Robert Thornton.
96.
He had the nice mix of focus and banter. If you wanted to get
100.
really serious practice in, he'd get up off that chair and he'd be with you every single dart. Great guy as well, the world senior champion.
180.
A third 180 there for Lee. Starting to become a thorn in the side of Reece. As for the worst person in a practice room,
54.
that's a difficult one.
The other player I was going to chuck into that mix would have been Andy Jenkins, because he likes to let you know everything you've done wrong. He likes to let you know, and if you do something right, he wants to tell you how lucky it was. On the same aspect, I remember I came into a group last year and I went into the room and went, oh, by the way, lads, I'm the bookie's favourite to win this.
Lee, you require 130.
Every one of my matches he had a comment on.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the talkative guys in the practice room. Overly talkative, mind.
90.
That is perfect. Great thinking from Budgen as well. But he's going to have Colley on his tail. We've had plenty of maximums in this game. That's the 5th.
Lee, you require 40.
Does it matter at all? Double 5 again. And it's his first win at the MODUS Super Series. Budgen just got the better start and was able to fend Reece Colley off for that 4-2 victory. And he will be really, really buoyed by the fact that he was able to get through that contest it means that everybody now has got some points. Danny Smith's got 4, and everybody else has got 2. So everything couldn't be tighter as we go into the middle match of the day, which will be Danny Smith and Richard North after the break.
We have reached the halfway point of the day's action here at the MODUS Super Series as Danny Smith takes on Richard North. This is a local derby, both players from this area, but who's going to pick up the points? Let's find out in the company of Messrs Edgar and Nicholson.
Yes, this is going to be a very interesting game because they do know each other very, very well. We have a local referee, we have a local desperate Dan, but Matthew Edgar, we don't have an opponent. There he is. He's not having a walk on, he's having a run on.
And it's not even his turn to throw. Danny just comes, get out the way. I'm going to be doing this. He's probably trying to finish his story he was telling someone, or probably watching an Adam Sandler movie.
He's only got one job right now, and that is to be very happy Gilmore at the end of this best-of-7 match. But maybe the early mind games won by Smithy. What is going on with the nicknames today? They've all just got a Y at the end. Cully, Northy, Smithy.
First leg, it is Danny to throw first.
He could have let Northy go, and then he could have started the 6 darts practice from that point. But he was like, get out the way. You're only having these 6 darts. I like that commanding of the hockey. He was just literally talking off air about the commanding of a practice room, or the commanding of the bit before the walk-on, or there's so many little wins you can have, and I just wonder how much that one
100
could feel like a little win for him, because I love it. Out the way, just swapped him.
We will be keeping a tally as well of
100
the head-to-head records this week. There are little battles out there that these players will want to win. In Group A, you'll play an opponent 3 times.
140.
You'll want to be at least 2-1 up come the end of Wednesday. And there may be some scenarios where players may play each other
140.
6 times or even 7 this week, which is the maximum. That would mean they'd have to be in Group A, Group B or C together, and then play each other twice on Saturday.
180.
But maybe that run-up has done Richard North some good, because 81 after 9 is a pretty solid effort.
Richard, you require 81.
Well, he should go 12 bull. For a moment, I didn't think he was going to do it.
46. Danny, you require 102.
The checkouts for Danny have been pretty polished so far. But Richard North can wrap up
50.
35. No one like 25.
Richard, you require 35.
A lot more common and traditional routes for the 25 than there is this. 3 for double 16.
This is where you definitely go for the 3.
That is game shot.
And he finds the
and
green
the
double
first
as
leg,
well.
Richard North.
So all you got to do now, Richard, in the next 10 seconds is run off the stage and run back on. Because the adrenaline pumping after that run-up definitely did you some good.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw
mannerisms,
first.
hasn't he,
Game
Richard?
on.
He shuffles his shoulders a lot. When he was doing his interview earlier, he was shuffling his hips left and right. He's constantly fiddling with his shirt. He's a very nervous-looking character.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. Like I just saw him then go and have a drink of his water. But I used the word
180.
drink very loosely because I don't actually think he took any out. He just sort of put it to his mouth and put it back down again. It seems to be the same
100.
amount of liquid in the glass as there was earlier.
I'd be very worried if there was more.
60.
If there was more water in the glass after he took a sip, I'd start calling him David Blaine.
43.
I did hear once that Richard is a bit of a virtuoso on the piano as well. Thought that may be some sort of urban myth. Good 140 there from Danny.
140.
If he's going to be competitive in this game, I think that is where he's got to be at his best. The 2 treble visits, because look at that from Northie.
Danny, you require
Another one of those
121.
beautifully compacted 180s. That's 2 of them now already.
97. Richard, you require 97.
I think it's the tight compactness of those that are probably the most impressive part, which probably just tells you that the length of the point is right as well for the darts that he's using, that he's able to get those in.
That's game
As he
shot.
finds
And the
tops
second
again.
leg.
Richard North
North.
said at the start of the day he's starting to enjoy his darts again. I'm not surprised. How can you not enjoy throwing like this?
Third
Has
leg, it's
anybody ever
Danny
made
to
you
throw
wait
first.
on stage?
Game on.
For a considerable period of time. Because it happened to me once, 14 years ago, when I played Phil Taylor in Killarney.
140.
He left me on stage for 10 minutes. To this day, I believe I should have called the clock on him.
100.
And then he beat me 6-0. I think it was mind games, and I think it was incredible that the organisers of that tournament in Killarney, being the Professional Darts Corporation, it was run by Tommy Cox at the time, that they didn't time him out. So that's the one that I always bring up when it comes to stage antics.
Adrian Lewis, quarter-final of a UK Open qualifier, and he's left me waiting for, like I say,
38.
He's pushed it right to the very end, and we've got there, and I was being far too polite. We're just practicing and we're just throwing for a bit, and I said to him, I says, should we go 9 from me? Because,
100.
No, let's do 18. And I didn't want 18. And what I should have done is gone, okay, on your own, and left him to have the 18 darts. Instead, what I did is I thrown 18 darts lazy, and I just chucked them at the board, just trying to get it over with quick, and he went on to win that one 6-5, but it was a slow start from me in that match, and I just think that was probably the one what I let get to me there. And then from there, I learned a little bit about the art of those little wins that can change a game.
I knew I remembered that day.
60.
That was the day that you beat me in the last 16.
Richard, you
He
require
played really well that day.
152.
Richard's not playing too badly at 2-0 up, and he might even be 3-0 up after this one. Oh, well, they were two very well-thrown shots.
80.
But that's the problem when you got big,
Danny, you
bulky
require
tungsten in the way.
78.
Double top with a dart in the way.
Game
And it wasn't
shot
a problem
and the
earlier,
third
and it wasn't a
leg.
problem
Danny
there
Smith.
either. That's a great checkout from Danny.
Strange how
Fourth leg,
stories sort
it's
of
Richard to throw
intertwine like that,
first.
isn't it?
Game on.
Yeah, that was a really interesting day at the Robert Park Tennis Centre. I remember that match, actually. Beat me 6-3, and
84.
one of those times where I firmly remember just holding my hands up and saying, you played much better than me right there. That was back in 2015, Matt.
85.
Nearly 8 years ago.
I get a few comments on my YouTube channel, like, around, like, the seniors, and I'm like, I'm 36.
100.
I can't play the seniors. And I think it's just one of those things, like, when you've been around for quite a long period of time, you know, I've been around the
44.
pro game for 12 years, that you do feel older than you are.
I think a lot of people are surprised to see that James Wade's only 39.
38.
He's not even 40. Adrian Lewis, a few days ago, was 39 too. He's not even 40.
42.
There's a lot of life left in the players that we showcase here at the MODUS Super Series, particularly over the last couple of weeks, where we showcased a lot of the senior talent,
39.
which will make their way to the Circus Tavern in a couple of weeks' time to see who lifts that sensational World Seniors trophy.
100.
We talk about ages that might surprise you. Michael van Gerwen, 33.
Been a pro for 17 years now, hasn't he? Since the age of 16.
80.
Longevity is something that you don't naturally have in this game. It's something you have to work at. And there are different levels of
60.
longevity as well. It's career longevity and
Richard, you
daily
require
longevity.
160.
At this point, these players are probably feeling pretty good. Couple of games in the bank. Feeling well practiced.
60.
But I'll be seeing something very different
Danny,
when
you
Richard is
require
playing Reece Colley in game
170.
15. That's where the tiredness will kick in just a little bit. Is this a big out?
123.
Well, the line
Richard,
was
you require
perfect,
100.
just like the effort of Lee Budgen in the previous game on the 170. Two double tops every day of the week. There's one.
60.
And he almost snags another. He thought it was in.
Danny, you require 47.
Well, to get us back where we began. Is Danny Smith back on throw?
That's game shot and the fourth leg. Danny
So
Smith.
polished, isn't he, on these outshots and these doubles, and looking very dangerous. I don't know about desperate, Dan. It should be dangerous, Dan.
We had a chat earlier on when we've commentated on
Fifth
Danny
leg,
Smith.
it is Danny to throw first.
We thought he looked
game
like
on.
a bit like Stephen Bunting. But at that point in that conversation, I said, yeah, I think he looks like somebody else.
58.
To me this morning, you said he looks a bit like Wolfie. But I think he looks like Michael J. Fox's dad in Teen Wolf. It's all said with
60.
positivity, Danny. I'm not going to say anything negative to you because you're about twice as tall as me. And you're a lovely lad, by the way.
60.
I think he's Martin Adams double, especially when he laughs. The laugh's just so similar.
93.
If he was doing darts, guess who? That would be one of the questions. Does he look like Martin Adams? Although, granted, there's only one player in this group that looks like Martin Adams, so you've only got one card
45.
to play down.
If Richard can't leave a finish from 348, he knows that. He'd like to put a big hole in it.
98.
He's at the halfway point of the leg now after 9. And some players in these groups would take that.
85.
You'd always take that when your opponent is slightly behind. He's nicked the darts. think he'll be feeling quite disappointed at 2-2
100.
after the start he had.
Yeah, and when I went through the practice room to go and chat with Henry, he was disappointed after losing that game to Niall Culleton as well. He felt like that was one that sort of slipped away. And when you look at the averages, nearly a 10-point difference in the averages in the favour of Richard North.
47.
He couldn't convert that into a win.
Richard, you require 150.
He was 2-0 up in this one. He'll be hoping that he can convert that position into a win, or else with this group, it can start getting away from you very early.
Just try and stay in the mix. Get some points on the board on a Monday. Make sure you're in striking distance on a Tuesday. And on Wednesday, go for gold.
138. Richard, you require 107.
Those days where on the last one you win 5 from 5 and it doesn't do anything for you.
This would do something for Richard. And it is a 107
That is game
out.
shot. And the 5th leg.
Beautifully
Richard
executed.
North.
And what a great time to get a break of throw. Now he has the hope of a 4-2 win. If he gets that one, he will be in second
6th leg is Richard to throw
position
first.
in the
Game
table.
on.
Joint with Danny Smith. They will have the same leg difference.
100.
They'll have the same points. But I'm not keeping a record at this early stage of legs won and the other separators
57.
because it's not relevant now. In 2 days, it's relevant. That's one big fault, in my opinion, when it comes to Northie. And he's probably going to watch this back and listen to what I'm about to say, so I'm going to be really honest.
57.
He thinks too much about averages and statistics about his game. Whereas if he could forget about that and just play the game and get on with it, I think he'd find a different level of performance.
180.
Yeah, and it is one of the weird things about darts, isn't it? That even in a win, people come off and go, oh, but I only average this.
Richard, you require
I've never
121.
heard Pep Guardiola complained that his team only had 30% possession when they won a match.
Well, that was an open goal for Richard North, but he's missed the target. He will come back for 35.
95.
Seems rather familiar.
Richard,
He
you
hit this
require
earlier in the match.
35.
So it will be a single 3 first. Spares my blushes. Can he spare his own?
That's
a
game
beautiful
shot.
4-2
And the
victory
match.
for Richard North.
Richard North.
He snaps the undefeated streak of Danny Smith, and he joins Danny towards the top of the table with a really good performance. Funnily enough, that's his worst average of the day, but it just didn't feel like it. It was a good display in the first 2 legs and the final 2 legs. Very, very well paced by Richard, who gets to 4 points in the table. We've now got John Henderson and Niall Culleton coming up, 2 heavyweight players in more ways than one, and they will finish up round number 3 after the break.
Richard North made a run for the line to get the better of Danny Smith by 4 legs to 2 in our previous match. Next up for us is John Henderson up against Niall Culleton. Who's going to take the spoils here? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Eck.
I'm intrigued by this one, Henry, as is Matthew Edgar sitting alongside me, because this table in Group A, after 8 games played on Monday, could not be tighter. One thing we will know after 3 rounds of matches is that 3 players will be on 4 points and 3 players will be on 2. So nobody so far, Matt, is out of the running.
I think that's how this group's going to go as well. I don't think we're going to have a runaway leader like we've seen in previous weeks. I think it's going to be a week where we don't have anyone cut away from the bottom. I think everyone in this group is very well matched. And with that, we're going to get lots of different results. I don't think we're going to get any head-to-head stats where one player runs away from it. But in this game, for me, this one's about John Henderson. Because whenever anyone comes to the Super Series, we normally give them that full day's grace.
It's John to throw first. Game on.
But in this situation, all the question marks that we normally ask over a player, that he's kind of had that chance to go and experience that now. What's it going to be like in this venue? What's it going to be like with this atmosphere, this group setting, coming back after playing certain games? All the different question marks we'll put over based on the format.
100.
He's now experienced, and it's sort of a situation where if we're going to see the best of John Henderson, it's going to start from now.
For John's sake, I hope you're right. But I think he'll be glad to have those 2 games
140.
We're now into the lunchtime period of our play. We'll go through to around about 2:30 this afternoon local time. And if you are tuning in from overseas, don't be ashamed to get in touch. At MSS Darts is our Twitter handle. You can get in touch via Instagram and Facebook as well.
60.
What chance do you give John Henderson of winning this week? That's the question for the next hour or so. But I think already he looks a bit more
59.
at ease with the challenge than he was this morning. This feeling of urgency when you're playing challenge to a
139. John, you require 142.
You don't really need that urgency here. You need to have a very different outlook of patience. I think it's probably the most prominent word.
And one thing we've seen here from Niall Culleton is a lack of patience. We've
94.
seen him change his darts multiple
Niall,
times today.
62.
We're now seeing him change the pace. He's throwing visibly quicker than he was earlier on.
42.
Trying to find something, trying to hunt for something,
John,
trying to look
48.
for a spark. The man who's not playing with the
That's
confidence
game
that
shot.
John
And
Henderson
the first
is.
leg, John Henderson.
You mentioned about those sort of things that you need to look at in these groups. Now, when I was coaching football, and
Second
I was
leg, it's
coaching
Niall
at
to
the
throw
academy level
first.
for a
Game
professional
on.
club, and I always used to tell my players that
45.
we don't train to win for 90 minutes, because for 89 minutes I expect we're going to cancel each other out if they follow the systems and the strategies and the tactics that we train for.
81.
It's those individual choices that happen for 2 or 3 seconds which win or lose matches, which is a touch in the box, a decision you need to quickly, sharply make. It's exactly the same with these groups and with these games of darts, because what's going to happen is these players are going to average around about 83 to 93 and cancel each other out for almost every single
55.
moment of the match, barring a missed double and gives you an opportunity like an 82 finish, or in some of the cases we've seen already today
79.
where Richard North took out the 136 or the 107. And that'll be a game like this, because this game and what we've seen so far looks like it's going to be an evenly matched game, and it's going to be
134.
something around about the 65 to 85 where they get an opportunity that's going to potentially turn this one.
Already we've seen Henderson on a
139.
48 checkout in leg 1. Miss a single, but then take the double with the next dart. Now, if I walked up to John right now and asked him,
55.
did you go for that 16?
No,
I
you
already know
require
the answer.
138.
He was going for a single 8. Niall's going for double 19 for double top. Now, in that spot, I don't think that's the right call because Hendo is not on a finish.
114.
Just so happens he's repaired it pretty well, but he is about to be put under pressure. Here he comes.
I call that unnecessarily aggressive.
100. Now you require 24.
Could have been coming back for a two.
That's game shot and the second leg. Niall Culleton.
Second leg of the match. 2 holds a throw. So it'll be a key moment in this game. And I expect that we're going to see this a lot. That they're just going to keep cancelling each other out.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
It'll all come down to one exchange of a throw apiece.
100.
I've got a good nickname suggestion for Niall. The Duel.
99.
As in Jewel, not the Dual. You've never seen the movie The Duel of the Nile?
100.
I've only watched in my life probably about 10 movies on repeat.
You're not going to get on with Richard North.
No, I don't. I'm not. Like, I watch something.
100.
Watch something. I can watch it like over and over again. I've actually just recently ventured out, and I know I'm late to the party for this, but I've actually recently ventured out to the In-Betweeners.
57.
You're only about 20 years too late. Niall's hoping he's not too late.
92.
Let's get that second dart in. I wasn't sure if it was in or not. But it was. Gives him half a dart lead against Hendo here, who has somewhat cutely found the bottom left corner of that 60 bed.
100.
I'm with you, Matt. I think this is a very tight game. And there's going to be a
95.
moment on a certain
John, you
number,
require
a low
144.
number, where things may change. It may even be in this leg.
It may be this
60.
shot.
60. Now you require 115.
84, 115. They say about key moments. The moment that could cancel something out. That could make a move.
99.
This
John,
could be
you
it
require
because he's
84.
left himself double 8 for a breaker throw.
It's got to be treble 13. Can't find it. He was going for broke there.
28. Now you require 16.
79 with 3 darts. Yours got treble 19, but the treble 13 was the play there.
12.
And Culleton misses his opportunity, so Henderson does
John,
get
you
something
require
fairly
56.
small in 56. That 2-1 lead. Struggling average-wise today, John. Can he find tops again?
36.
No.
Now you require 4.
What a lie. It's even better now.
That's game
And that's
shot
why
and the third leg.
He can
Niall
sneak them
Culleton.
over the top just like that and use those darts as a bit of a cushion. 2-1 Culleton when it probably should have been 2-1 Hendo.
Fourth leg, it's
Key
Niall to throw
moments.
first. Game on.
Come on. Right. I'm going to put you on the spot again because I'm enjoying it. It's very, very simple.
140.
We are at the start of 2023. We're fresh from Q School and Challenge Tour. This is almost like draft month for the Super Series. Now, we aren't privileged to have enough
140.
clout to say who we can get to play in coming weeks.
59.
We know who's playing next week because the likes of Jim McEwen, Justin Smith, Jamie Kelling, some others are going to return for the big prize next week. 20 grand up for grabs
96.
next week, don't miss it. But of the people who didn't get tour cards, who would you put in if it was up to you?
78.
Who would you want to watch? Who would you want to play against or commentate on? Who's at the top of your I want list?
There's a player who's really caught my eye
60.
recently, and for many reasons, mostly the consistent ability at the very, very top end, and that is the practice partner of Ryan Searle, Owen Bates.
134.
Yeah, he didn't have a bad challenge to a weekend. He's now at number 6 on that list, behind all of the 5 different winners from
30.
the first 5 tournaments of the Challenge Tour
Now you
season.
require
So
90.
a call.
2 finals, running around that 95 sort of average for most of his games.
70.
Good story. Left darts. Played it in his youth days, was really good. Left for a bit. Started picking them back up again a year ago.
45.
Speaks very highly of him.
Now you require 20.
Oh, I'm sold. Can Niall sell double 10?
That's game shot and
Defence
the
fives
fourth
and a
leg.
3-1 lead.
Niall
Hendo
Culleton.
not getting what he wants. And so far today, his current average in this game of around 78.5 is not that far from where he's been all day long.
Fifth leg, it is John to throw first.
I mentioned a
Game
possibility
on.
of fatigue today. It might be manifesting itself in his performances.
Oh, without a doubt. Absolutely.
60.
But I think for me as well, when you look at the way the games are going, it's also happening in a very painful way.
100.
For him. So if we look at those last 2 legs from Niall Culleton, he's took it out last dart in hand, which when you're stood behind and you've heard the first 2 darts go in, you just have a little look at the board just to see what's going on. And
140.
you see that third dart go in, it just kills all that hope, and that opportunity just evaporates.
140.
So ideally, just want it to be over with nice quick. If they're going to win it, get it done first dart and get on with the next.
I'll give you a couple of names of people on the Challenge Tour this year that I'm looking forward to seeing. Potentially, because this is just me talking. Scott Mitchell.
85.
He played very well in this project when we were doing it from home a couple of years ago. But then he got himself a tour card, but wasn't able to retain it.
60.
I look a little bit further down the list and you see some new names. Like Jeremy van der Winkel.
100. John, you require
see what he's
160.
made of, that kind of thing. What's Hendo made of here? Not enough. Might be his second defeat incoming. Courtesy of this 76.
120. Now you require 76.
Well, that doesn't work. And neither does that. That was just a really messy first start. And then you have to hope you get the 25 for a shot at the ball for the match.
John, you require 40.
Double 10.
That's
Well,
game
that's a great shot
and
there.
the fifth leg.
And good mental strength there from Henderson as well, because Culleton was so disappointed in missing that 76 that he was pointing to his head as he was walking past Henderson. And Hendo could have been distracted by that,
Niall
but
to throw
he
first.
finds a third dart double
Game on.
to get himself over the line.
I'm intrigued as well to see the potential debut of Adam Hunt and Max Hopp
81
as well. I think they could be 2 players that dropped off the tour. Even Ron Muhlenkamp, I'm surprised to see that not only did he drop off the tour, but that he hasn't really gone back on.
100.
And that he didn't really perform too well either at the Challenge Tour. But one person who did perform well at the Challenge Tour, who's got to be said, had a torrid 2022.
83.
Someone who's coming here next week, this week as well, in Fallon Sherrick. It'll be interesting to see how she does, because she's looking like she's having a much better 23.
I wouldn't be surprised if she's in Champions League next week.
140.
I would not be shocked to see her win this week. She is playing some great stuff. But for me, as someone who's been here from the very off, as we see, first 180 of the match from Niall, who's starting to show a bit of gumption up there. The one player that shocked me most not getting a tour card was
85.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Now you require 157.
We will see more of Darryl in the next few months, but I was very, very surprised that he did not get a card.
137.
But a win in this match is possible for Cully, with Hendo outside the finishing zone on 176. He did not get a match start in the previous leg, but he's about to get 3.
60. Now you require 20.
Oh,
15.
well. We talked about turning
John, you
moments in
require
this game.
116.
This would turn the game on its head. It's difficult. He's wondering why that flight was shivering. I don't think it was particularly settled in the stem prongs
100.
there.
Now
Does
you
Hendo
require
get
5.
that treble 20? 1.2 late. Yes, he does.
shot,
And Culleton
the
gets the
match,
win
Niall
by 4
Culleton.
legs to 2. More for Hendo to Mull, and he will be in the bottom 3 players in the group after 3 rounds of matches. As for Cully, he's going to be in the top 3. That 86 average, his best performance of the day, and it does get him to 4 points. A little bit later on, after the break, you're going to see the start of round number 4, and you'll see Danny Smith trying to get back on the winning train up against Lee Budgen, who is starting to find his feet here at the MODUS Super Series.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Available 6 days a week, every week. This is the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Niall Culleton get the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 2, which rounds off the 3rd cycle of fixtures here on this Monday in Group A. It sees Richard North and Danny Smith tied at the top of the table, both on 4 points, both +4 in the legs difference bracket. Culleton now winning 2 out of 3, whilst Henderson, Colley and Budgen 1 win from their opening 3 matches. So we begin our 4th cycle of games now with the battle between Danny Smith and Lee Budgen. Who's going to be the victor? Let's find out with Paul and Matt.
Thanks again, Henry. And I think we have a very different complexity about this match than maybe what we thought we could have earlier on from the day. The 28-year-old from Hull will now fancy his chances against Danny Smith a little bit more than, say, after round 1, when Danny put in his best performance of the day and not only to date 4-0. As for Lee now, who has just picked up his first win of his campaign in round number 3 and posting his first 90-plus average in the process, he's going to feel like he's trending in the right direction, and Danny is not.
First leg, it is Lee to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think Danny does strike me as someone who doesn't read too much into what's going on, doesn't read the short form, doesn't read the patterns of play, just gets on with things as Lee Budgen fires in the first max of this game after the first throw of this match.
59.
That's starting to click now. Earlier in the day, his first start was landing a bit high or a bit low, a bit too erratic on the weight of the dart, but all of a sudden, the weight of the dart is starting to be
41.
A lot more accurate. I have to admit, it's my first time watching Lee.
100.
I'm very impressed with the way he delivers the dart. He's got a somewhat Michael van Gerwen style stance, hasn't he? He's got a bit of an arch of the lower back, and it's all very front heavy on that right hip. Something that dart players have got to be really careful of over the course of time.
100.
You can see what I'm saying that when the camera is pointing towards the player, it's almost as if the core
game
muscles
shot and the
go
first
to the
leg,
front.
Lee Budgen.
But you know what? I'm going to completely retract everything I've just said because he's just took out 140 and he knows better than I do.
Well, you did say it replicated Michael van Gerwen. There was Michael van Gerwen-esque darts.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first.
I'm sure when we get this
Game
sort
on.
of side view that we can get from times, we'll be able to have a good look at exactly what you're saying there, which, you know, it's not always saying
96.
Something being incorrect is an issue to the outcome. It's saying that actually how much better could it be? You know, there'll always be an exception to the rule where
60.
people go, yeah, but what about that player? It's like, yeah, but how good could that player have been if they would have worked on some of these issues? It's about maximising the ability
43.
and eking out every little bit that you can from that.
Well, I heard yesterday from some golf coaches, because I was watching a bit of golfing action from Abu Dhabi. And
135.
they were saying that when you coach a young golfer, you see their natural tendencies and you coach them based on what they do right.
60.
You don't try and turn them into Tiger Woods. A golf swing is very similar to a darts throw. You have your own characteristics and then you massage the strengths,
139.
of which there are plenty for Lee Budgen. It's a good, solid stance, nice delivery, and if you want to get better,
56.
you give people
Lee
the right practice games and you give them the
167.
right tools to move forward. And the only thing he's doing right now is moving forward.
$93.
I think Danny Smith is starting to understand that Lee is a very different threat all of a sudden.
58.
I think I said earlier that you
Lee
can't
requires
judge anybody by the
74.
first couple of games of the group. Single 20 for tops.
Game
This, all
shot
of a
and the
sudden,
second
is
leg.
an
Lee
incredible
Budgen.
performance. And if he can replicate what he's done in the first 2 legs of this contest, we've got a lot of information about Lee. And when he talked to me earlier this morning,
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first.
I
Game on.
posed a question at him of, do you think that you can go under the radar for the first couple of days? Well, if he keeps throwing like this, he's not going to be under the radar after 3 or 4
43.
matches.
Yeah, we won't let him have that luxury. As soon as Danny Smith started the way he did, we didn't let him have the luxury either. There is no under the radar here at the Super Series.
100.
Everything you do is followed by multiple cameras and multiple angles, heavily zoomed in. You are getting away with nothing.
81.
I'm sure there are a lot of players and fans out there who are intrigued about what's going to happen in Week 13 and Champions Week, because there is
85.
a lineup confirmed, of course, but two of the weekly winners have gone on to win cards at Q School in Graham Usher and Adam Warner. One I can tell you is that
140.
the replacements for Usher and for Warner will be announced on Saturday night. That's all you're getting.
70.
The likes of Johnny Haynes, Alexander Mertz, Colin Osborne, Matt Clark, Adam Mould, Jamie Kelling,
95.
Jim McHugh, Justin Smith. They're going to be here. Who do you think's going to win at this early juncture? I might ask you this again later in the week.
100. Lee
you could ask
require
it me every day,
142.
and I'd probably give you a different player each day.
Oh, 142, the best way possible. Tops.
122.
I really thought he was going to
Danny
get that.
require
After
146.
taking a 140 earlier.
That was the first start he's missed at a double in this one, but you say he took the 140.
Game shot.
He's now
and
the
the
146
third
hit
leg.
back
Danny
against
Smith.
him, and that is after Budgen missed a big shot of his own on the 102. This is a very, very tasty encounter. It's an
Fourth leg is Danny to throw
buffet
first.
of
Game on.
darts master finishing.
Yeah, that was really good thinking. And superb execution from Danny.
83.
We were talking in the previous game about small shots changing games. Maybe that big shot will give Danny the impetus to get himself back into this match, because let's face it,
96.
if Lee takes that 142 and is 3-0 up with those two massive outs, you don't see a way back. And I'm going to go back to your previous point as well about averages.
58.
There's only one leg between these guys, but there's 25 between them in the averages.
Absolutely, 105 plays 80 in this one. In fact, it might be about to go up.
121.
106 plays 80, which, you know, you see those stats and you think, 4-0 victory.
100.
Not always the way. It's not always the case. It's key moments. And a lot of people get caught up in the averages, but a lot of that is when you mentioned earlier about people having the right practice routines
57.
and trainings. I'm seeing a lot more people start to use these apps for training. Stop it. Terrible, terrible way to train. And I can show you the science behind why it's completely the
60.
wrong way to do. And it's exactly the same problem as chasing stats in the average, that everyone is training that way. And I'm dealing with people on a daily basis now who are trying to
100.
focus that practice into those routines and do things the right way.
That was a very passionate statement, Mr. Edgar.
100.
I could go
Lee
on about it
require
for
127.
Yeah, I think you can save it for your YouTube channel, which you can tune into a little bit later. I'm sure you would like to. I know I will be. Bullseye for Budgen.
81.
He had a really interesting visual effect there.
Danny, you require 100.
Seeing the bullseye blurred through his own flight. This is for a third ton-plus finish in the game. And it's needed.
80.
And it's lost.
Lee, you
Key
require 46.
moments. If I had my red pen with me this week, these are the things I'd be writing down in red pen. Red pen means
That's
important.
game shot. And the fourth leg.
Important
Lee
moments.
Budgen.
Lee Budgen wins that one. Two big exchanges there of big moments. Danny Smith, the 146 after the 142 attempt of Budgen. But
Fifth
that
leg,
one
it is
there,
Lee
that
to throw
46,
first. Game on.
equally as heavy, equally as important after Danny Smith had two darts of his own to level this match up.
He's at it again. He's had so many different big scores today. He's had a 174, a 177. He's had 180s. He's got flexibility in the scoring, has Mr. Budgen.
54.
Did we catch a nickname for Mr. Budgen?
It's probably Budgie. We've got a Cully, a Smithy, a Northie.
100.
If he's called Budgie, I'm going to tell him to stop it. That's not good enough.
60.
Everybody needs a good nickname. Yours is pretty good, Matt. I like Primetime. Always have had. You've got to be inventive. You've got to have a
83.
character. You've got to have a brand if you want to get somewhere in this game. I think Ross Smith, our
60.
European champion dart player, is currently searching for a new nickname, apparently, on social media. I read the stream or the feed of after the tweet. Some of the suggestions were awful.
60.
But if you'd like to give Lee Budgen a nickname, please get in touch. At MSS Darts, you can get in touch with Matthew Edgar on Twitter and myself, Paul Nicholson.
134.
But Lee is looking
Lee
to be in the
require
distance
119.
in this one to join the party on 4 points. He's not going to get a shot at tops, but he will come back
59.
to potentially leave tops and take it for a 4-1 win, which would severely damage Danny Smith's leg difference. It currently sits at +4.
99.
Budgen
Lee,
could
you
get
require
to
60.
all square and just be one leg behind him in the table if he finds tops. This time, tens is clear.
50.
He saved himself with a 146. Why not a 94?
Danny, you require
The
94.
road to victory might not be clear here for Budgen right now, because the waters could be about to get a bit more blurry. On the old school bullseye route, the more traditional route to guarantee himself that dart at the ball, and you
59.
see what he thinks of it. He
Lee,
thought
you
that was a
require
long way
10.
off.
That was a bit more desperate from Danny.
That's game, shot.
And it was
and the
desperate
match.
because he's lost
Lee
the match by
Budgen.
4 legs to 1. He started with 2 victories, but then after that, 2 defeats. So he's 50-50 for the day. But so is Budgen with that 95.58 display with 50% on the doubles. That magnificent 140 checkout came in leg number 1. But he's trending in the right direction. Danny Smith is going in the opposite direction. And they are both locked on 4 points in the table. As for Niall Culleton and Reece Colley, they're both in the challenge as well. But another victory in round number 4 would not do them any harm. Don't go far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen an exhibition of finishing from Lee Budgen and Danny Smith, a 146 and a 140 checkout respectively. But it was Budgen who picked up the points, winning by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us is Niall Culleton up against Reece Colley in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. And I think it's fair to say that Reece Colley is probably the one under the cosh right in this game. Number 11 of the day already. Things are motoring along at a very nice pace, but Culleton showed a great deal of spirit against Hendo in his previous match, winning by 4 legs to 2. I think he's drawn a line in the sand, Matt, as if to say, right, this is going to be a tight group, and every game I have to give it everything. And if he gives it everything here, he might even get another 2 points to get to the top of the table on 6.
I think what we're going to see here this week is the Reece Colley story, the Reece Colley journey continue. Reece Colley came here a couple of months back. I was on commentary and he was in Group C and I spoke so highly of him.
First leg, it is Niall to throw first. Game on.
And I really bigged him up. I put him down as the group winner. He came in, he won the group. He looked very, very good. He went to Q School recently, and
99.
I went on my YouTube channel, and I was on there giving him one of the 5 players to watch and keep an eye on. And
95.
it's just not happened. He's averaged a couple of times in the 60s, a lot of times in the 70s. I mentioned earlier that a week will not define your season. However, when you're
60.
young, like Reece Colley, who is a player who has shown the levels of someone who could play on the professional tour.
60.
It's clearly where he wants to be playing his darts. One of the biggest issues we've got as young players is, and this is to quote Mervyn King, who
99.
said this exact quote to me. He says, "Stop wanting everything yesterday."
That's such a good statement. I've seen
80.
16, 17-year-old kids saying, I want to go to Q School. And my immediate answer to that is, what for?
95.
You're
trying to fly before you can walk.
Bo Greaves. The amount of people that said, why didn't Bo go to Q School? I'm like, that is the bang-on perfect decision for Bo. Because she can get in the World Championship on the Women's Series, the Grand Slam, she played the women's match play.
Niall, you require
The
148.
only thing I'd like to see next from her is to go on the development tour as well.
I completely agree with you. And what's more, I wouldn't mind seeing her here.
60. Reece, you require 167.
Sure she'd ruffle a few feathers after another double win in Romania over the weekend, beating Dieter Hedman and Kirsty Hutchinson.
81. Now you
The
require
Romanian
88.
Open and Romanian Classic, I believe. That's a good first start from Niall.
74.
Second and third leave him
Reece, you require 86.
feeling a little bit empty. He'd be feeling even more empty if this goes in. And
That
it
is
does.
game shot. And the
Was
first
he going
leg,
for the old Johnny
Reece
Clayton
Colley.
shot there for double 18, double 16? Well, if he was, it doesn't matter. Because he takes the ball anywhere for a 1-0 lead and a break of throw.
Second
I
leg,
like
it's
that.
Reece to
I
throw
like that
first.
play. I'll
Game on.
do that myself. Just on the inside wire, don't overly commit to it. Inside wire of the double 18.
100.
You'll get the dart of the ball, or you might get a dart of the double 16, which is what you was trying to leave in the first place.
You mentioned Q School for Reece Colley. He didn't get through phase 1, or stage 1. He lost out in the first round of the first 2 days.
77.
One of those games to Cam Crabtree. It wasn't a great encounter. Although Cam did average over 91, so I'll give him full credit for that.
85.
But he did a little bit better on day 3, when I'm sure the adrenaline was pumping. And ultimately, he lost out to Justin Hood.
180.
There's another player I want to see here. Justin Hood. Great left-hander from the southwest of England.
140. Reece, you require
Colley is
144.
starting to collar Culleton. That's a bad dart.
44.
But in the grand scheme of things, leaving a 2-darter there, all will be well if he can convert it. We'll talk a little bit about Niall's statistics and games from Q School at the end of this leg. But when will that be?
Reece,
will it be in 2 darts
100.
time? Reece is hoping so. Well, he doesn't like where the flight is, so he may go 16s here. You may question that call, but I think his dart went in that single 20 a bit more upright than he thought.
122.
He didn't like the fact that the flight was in the way. So all will be well if he can convert the 57. And 26. He knows this time that the single shot is not going to be in the way of tops. Double 10.
37.
And Culleton thought this leg was done.
96.
And he's going to go the double-double again. I don't know what you think, Matt, but that was a lovely lie for the 60.
Require 20.
Yeah, I'd have been staying there if I was Niall.
That is game shot and the second leg. Reece Colley.
Sticks to what he believes in. Just didn't pay off for him on that occasion. Reece Colley, the British Open men's champion, who'll be hoping to defend that title this year. Now he hasn't got a
Niall to throw
tour
first.
card. That'll be his attention moving to that title, and obviously Lakeside as well. An event that he qualified through off the back of
85.
Just looking at the players he beat in that tournament, he beat Dean Winstanley. He beat Gary Stone, who's just won in Romania himself.
76.
Someone we've seen down here do very well. Mike Gillett. Chris Landman as well, who had a very good Challenge Tour weekend. He's actually sat
100.
5th position at the moment on that order of merit and likely to be getting a few Pro Tour call-ups as well. But just the performance that week, it was
97.
92, 93, 96, 91, 93, 91 and 91. Always above that 90.
100.
Didn't ever look in doubt, really, when you look at the score lines. 3-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-1. Dominated.
58.
But what he's got to do now is kick on from that. He's got to forget that he's a British Open champion. He wants to be another something. You want to add something to your CV. Niall's in a position with his darts right now where he wants to add something like a British Open to his CV. He talked quite candidly about making the quarterfinals of Killarney at the end of last year.
100. Niall, you require 76.
He's looking for the title that is going to define this part of his career. It could well be something here. You just never know.
That is game shot and the third leg. Niall Culleton.
The deficit with that 76 that you've just seen. Don't be surprised if you see Culleton in a plethora of different coloured shirts this week as well.
Game on.
He loves a bit of variety. Now, I know you're a big one for YouTube, Matt. Any thoughts on the fact that Niall looks like the Liver King? Same sort of beard.
60.
Or is he a bit more Braun Strowman? Is that a bit more down your avenue?
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of the Braun
91.
Strowman in there, yeah.
Honestly, I shook his hand this morning. I'm still quite sore from it.
100.
Like shaking hands with the giant who came down the beanstalk.
I mean, that's going to be a great Saturday night, isn't it, for people that follow our similar interests?
60.
Saturday night, you've got the final of Stage 2, where we'll wrap up all 12 players that are going to be taking part in Champions
45.
Week. And then straight into that, we've got the Royal Rumble.
You can't throw a dart player over the top rope to get the win. You can eliminate them. Somewhat like the Elimination Chamber.
100. Reece, you require 150.
Finish of last year in all of darts was 150 by Simon Whitlock in the Dutch Darts Championship. A finish I'll never forget. I haven't seen anybody do that here at the MODUS Super Series, though. Not yet. I'm hopeful that someone will try it
60.
and pull it off.
Reece, you require 60.
I'm not sure now we've lost Scott Williams if someone's going to be going for that sort of route, but I'm sure Scott would have gave it a good go.
2 10s for Reece.
40.
Just giving
Niall, you
freebies
require
to Niall that
136.
maybe he doesn't deserve. He was hopeful after the first start,
82.
crestfallen after the second.
Reece, you require 20.
Double 10. Just trying to clear a path for it by stepping to his left.
10.
Can't find it. He looks
No, you require
very
54.
down on himself this afternoon. Maybe just feeling a bit of disappointment after a
That
suspect
is game shot and the fourth
couple of
leg.
defeats
Niall Culleton.
since the start of play, where he beat John Henderson by 4 legs to 3. But Culleton at 2-2 is going to be feeling very different to his opponent, who's got the same leg
Fifth
score.
leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
I think Reece is feeling what I felt could be the worst case
135.
scenario for him. The thing that we spoke about, the fear, especially when we're dealing with one of the younger players who's had a level of success, is that wanting everything yesterday, really getting caught up in that short form, really feeling that an opportunity's been missed.
140.
The opportunity's not been missed. There's plenty more opportunities. It's just been delayed, and probably delayed for good reason. If the setbacks are that heavy and that
140.
weighted, because one of the things you've got to get used to on that tour is setback after setback. Only one person will win. 128 players, the 128 best players from around the world. You might be the best player from Belgium, from
85.
France, from Holland, from Germany, from wherever you're coming from. Only one person will leave that room not as a loser.
140.
In my pro career, I don't know how many tournaments I played, but I only left as the victor 5 times.
85. Now you require 86.
And that was a career that spanned over a decade. So you have to get used to disappointment. And it's how you roll with that and how you soak it up and manifest it in a positive way. That's how your career is going to be defined. Culleton's going for double 4.
That is game
and he
shot
takes the
and
lead.
the fifth leg.
And that's
Niall
a 12 darter
Culleton.
as well. The stride gets a bit longer. The pace of the stride gets faster. And the confidence
Sixth
is
leg.
being
It is Reece to
exuded
throw first.
with
Game
the
on.
mannerisms of the big man from Ireland.
Roddy Piper once said that the most lonely
87.
place to be is the main event. He says because everyone thinks the main event's like the big attraction, and it is for the fans' point of view, but for
96.
the performers' side of things, it's the most lonely place. He says the reason being, because you'll go out, because and by the time you get backstage again, all the other wrestlers who are there have all gone because they want to beat the traffic and they want to get out. So you go back to empty rooms. And
83.
I never understood what that statement was until I won my first tournament. And you're there and you're like, this is the moment everyone's come for. This is the
100.
biggest moment that every player's arrived for, that everyone wants this moment. And you do it and you say yes, and you turn around and the room is empty. Because everyone's gone.
100.
And you just think, like, Piper was right. It is the most, for the actual performer side of things, the loneliest position
60.
on the entire event.
I remember a couple of years ago, Christoph Ratajski won the 30th Players' Championship of the season, beating Joe Cullen.
134.
And after he'd done his interview with the broadcaster, he walked back into the Metrodome in Barnsley, and there was nobody there. Not one single person. And I have that picture of him
60.
imprinted
Reece
on my
required
brain.
97.
Can Reece imprint a 97 on the board to take us all the way?
87.
Again, it's another miss of double 10. He's had no joy down there.
We're hoping to find a bit of joy on the double 5 because time is running out for Reece. It looked like he was having it all his own way at one point. He was 2-0 up.
Reece required 10.
If he can get out of this with a 4-3 win, it will tell us a lot about him.
That is
That's the
game
first
shot
job
and
done.
the sixth leg.
But now
Reece
he's got to break
Colley.
Niall Culleton in the last leg if he wants to make his way to 4 points. As it stands, we have
Seventh
Smith,
and final leg. It's Niall to
Budgen,
throw first.
Culleton and
Game
North
on.
on 4. If Colley wins here, the only person not on 4 points is John Henderson.
100.
And he's playing Richard North next.
Not a prediction many people would have made at the start of the day.
97.
And they're the two players who have both been to a Pro Tour final in the PDC. No other player
140.
in this field in Group A has been that far in their careers, apart from North and Henderson.
97.
And let's look through the form guide of today. You've got to say Richard North is
100.
by far the more consistent and certainly has hit a much higher ceiling of the two. Going into today, you'd probably say Richard North would be favourite now for that match.
I'd have to agree.
39.
Well, that last start pretty much
Now
tells
you
the story
require
for Reece in this last leg.
161.
It falls on the floor, and it gives Culleton space, time,
99.
a place to breathe, gives him options from 62.
98.
Big fish is
Now you
left,
require
just
62.
in case. But it could be match done before he even gets a look at it.
42.
One chance and one chance only.
Reece, you require 170.
Take this. And he would have felt like a superhuman.
And there is no better
56.
way to win a match than with a
Now you require
170
20.
finish.
Right on the wire. And
Game
then
shot.
in for
And the
Culleton to
match.
steal a
Niall
win against Reece
Culleton.
Colley. He was 2-0 behind. Then he got himself in front, and he was never behind again. A really steady display from Niall. The 86.43 average is pretty good, but 50% on the doubles, and he's starting to find his range on that part of his game, and that is why he's top of the table now, albeit with North and Henderson having that game in hand, and that game in hand is coming up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're based here in the south coast of England. But it is a battle between the Highlander and Northie to complete the fourth round of fixtures. In the commentary box to keep that northern thing going, it's two people from above the Watford Gap. It's the Geordie Paul Nicholson and the man from the Midlands, Matthew Edgar.
I was just about to say, Henry, that I'm a little bit further north of the Watford Gap. Usually than Matthew Edgar, but I actually live south of Watford these days, which is why I feel a bit more chilly these days in these temperatures. But as for these two, maybe on what they've done in their careers to date, you could say they're the best two players in this group. But maybe not today so far. But what we can say is that Richard North has put in some rather unexpected brilliance.
Game on.
He's up against a Hendo who is craving another 2 points. Not so desperately right now, but if he was to lose to North, he would then be 4 points behind his opponent in the table.
I was just looking there when the graphic come up there and saw Richard North at 32 years old. And it made me
26.
Almost surprised, really, when we look at darts and we see that players don't have this sort of second coming. Because actually, if we look at the positives, we say, right, Richard North, 32 years
125.
old, still young for a dart player. He's got incredible pedigree in the fact that he's played in things like the World Grand Prix, the World Match Play, the World Championships. He's played in all these big events. And you say he's got that sort of pedigree. That
81.
Actually, if we was ticking boxes, you'd say Richard North should be due another big sort of run somewhere. But we don't tend to see it that often with darts, where people sort of drop off the tour and sort of come back.
180.
The strange quirk of the sport.
You never know. The start of 2023 could see
36.
Richard
you
make his
require
comeback.
136.
And as for starts, this isn't too bad. He was going for the 16s again on that 136 that he got earlier.
56.
There's a lot of great method in the way he does that. Well, like I said in the previous match, these are the only two players
100. Richard,
in this group who have been to a final of a Professional Darts Corporation event. He's going 2 double tops. And he gets 2 double tops.
And the first leg,
Classic Richard North. And if you think that is him being a bit of a show-off, it's not, because it's just what he does.
I was on commentary a couple of weeks
Second
ago,
leg,
actually,
it's
and
John
Richard
to throw
North
first.
messaged in.
Game on.
Me and the wife of the laid in bed watching it. Could you just give us a bit of a shout out, but just make a bit of a comment? And
100.
Said, shout out to Richard North, who's laying in bed right now, and he's challenged his partner Tracy to a game of darts where the loser does the dishes.
65.
And he was going to give her a +5 head start in a race to 10. That was, well, I came in today, and the first thing he had to tell me was that he didn't do the dishes that day.
82.
I was going to say, what was the margin she won by?
Well, it'd be 10-5, wouldn't it? Because he had the 5 head start.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, there's been a bit of a
60.
Somewhat, what's the right way to put this? An interesting joke saying that maybe Richard isn't the best dart player in his own household.
59.
Because Tracy's very useful. I just want to go back to 2017, which I know is 5 and a bit years ago.
140.
But that's when Richard was playing his best darts. He made a Pro Tour final in August of that year, where he lost out to Dave Chisnell. Now, he should have won that game. He had a match dart
60
to be a PDC Pro Tour winner. He lost 6-5 to Chizzy. But en route to that final, he beat the likes of Stephen Bunting, Joe Cullen, Steve West, Ryan Meikle,
58.
Ricky Evans. Good run. Worked really hard to get there. Few wins by the odd leg. He's definitely still got the talent. And when you've still got the time as well, you can't write someone off.
Well, you say you can't write someone off. As I'm just
22.
looking at the face of John Henderson, it's just sinking. He is a guy that is absolutely running on fumes for me. He's tired, he's fatigued, and I think he just wants to get this first
56.
day over with and, like you say, have a good rest, get himself ready. Because even though the Challenge Tour yesterday would have ended about 1-2 o'clock for him, he's then got to travel down here from Milton Keynes, which is another sort of 3 hours.
128. Richard, you require 122.
He'll keep swinging, he'll keep batting.
618s there from Hendo. And that's what Northey was searching for a shot at double 7.
49. John, you require 50.
Well, Hendo's not going to go straight for the bull.
That's
but he is going to find
shot and the
one double
second
top.
leg. John Henderson.
He is a very big Celtic fan, you know. It's almost
leg,
as if
it's
you
Richard
can't
to throw
even mention
first.
the word
Game
Rangers
on.
around him. I find it quite surprising that he's wearing that colour, actually, because it's a lot closer to the Rangers colour than Celtic. He'll hate me for saying that.
140.
But I was privileged enough to go to John's wedding to his beloved Veronica, who's a wonderful lady. That was a great occasion. There were some other dart players there like Brendan
134.
Dolan, Justin Pipe, Ian White, and some of the great dart players from up in Scotland as well.
65.
I remember a conversation I was having in Germany, and was talking a bit of FIFA
140.
with William Borland, and he started getting on the conversation about Ryan Kent, and he was starting to compare him to Kevin De Bruyne.
121.
Yeah. You don't need me to explain the facial expressions of Paul Nicholls. You can imagine what it's like. Ryan Kent and Kevin De Bruyne comparison.
That's like trying to compare me with Kevin De Bruyne.
John Henderson and Andy Bolton was on the board next to it. I have never seen two players jump into a conversation so quick to shoot it down. I can't repeat the words that was said, but there wasn't very positive towards the opinion of William Borland.
135. Johnny require 170.
Oh, that would have cheered him up, but not on this occasion.
85.
Only gets half of it.
Richard, you require 40.
And Tops is getting a hammering in this game. It's barely been missed. But it is this time.
30.
And he gives Hendo a freebie.
John, you require 85.
It's going to be Tops.
Game
oh,
shot.
it's
and
right in the
third
corner.
leg.
That's
John
not the first time he's
Henderson.
done that today. He's hit the bottom right corner. It's almost like a penalty taker like Henrik Larsson. He's finding all the corners and he's hitting the back of the net.
Fourth leg, it is John to throw first. Game on.
So if that was the penalty and that's Henrik Larsson in the top corner, I'm guessing Richard North would be
58.
Harry Kane at the World Cup.
I'm not seeing anything.
I'm about to get the abuse on Twitter now. I'm going to have to turn my Twitter off.
95.
Let's talk about something else. How about the time when John Henderson made a European Tour final back in 2015 at the start of that campaign? He's got himself a maximum. He's starting to take charge of the match. And if Northey does not
77.
start finding a lot of inner ring action, Hendo could get himself to 4 points alongside Danny Smith, Lee Budgen and Northey.
99.
Sensible use of the switch to leave the finish. But yeah, back in 2015, in April of that year, he lost out to Michael van Gerwen in the European Tour final by the odd
61.
leg. So that's another
John
thing they've got in
Uruguay,
common. They've both been to
164.
finals and they've lost by the odd leg. It's not as if they were butchered in their finals. Great stuff from John.
124.
Another top sleeve. But en route to that final, he beat Cristo Reyes 6-3. He beat Michael Smith, the current world champion, by 6 legs to 4. Beat Andrew
81.
Gilding, Brendan
John,
Dolan,
you require 40.
Adrian Lewis, and lost out to MVG. What a run it was.
10.
Now I'm going to ask you a very straight to the point question. Going for double 15 there, was that the right thing to do with Richard North on 187?
I'll give you two
80.
answers. One answer
John, you
is the
require
right one,
30.
which is no. And the other answer is the answer I'd do, and I'd have gone for it as well. But that's
That
because
is
I do
game
like
shot and the fourth
double
leg.
15. And
John Henderson.
if he does like that sort of 20 and 10s combination, the 15 isn't too far away from there. It's just that split down that people don't like. I do actually. Big fan
Fifth
of
leg,
double
it is
15
Richard to
myself,
throw
so
first. Game on.
I get why he's doing it, but if you was advising someone, you'd potentially advise the opposite.
On another note, because the switch from double top to double 10 is very similar
100.
from double 5 to double 15, is that one of the reasons why he may have done it? Because it's a natural switch?
Yeah, I don't see an argument against that point, actually. It was a point well made.
I think what John would say is, I had a shot at it and I hit it eventually, so all is good in the world.
85.
So just one more leg to wrap up round number 4. Henderson's last match of the day will be against Danny Smith in game 14.
57.
Northey will have to wait one more. He'll be up against Reece Colley to finish the campaign for Monday.
77.
Did make reference to the fact that I felt John Henderson was very tired and fatigued at the start of this game, but he's finding
100.
some good darts here. His average raising to about the 85 mark now. And you sort of feel he's just swinging. He's running on fumes,
39.
but he's got enough experience to know how to convert these opportunities and to keep himself in the running, because he has only got that one win on the board today.
He probably gets more
100.
bouts of sore feet after a day on the hockey like this than anybody else, because he actually sways on the balls of his feet more than other players.
100. John, you
These sort of
require
trainers will be
110.
more suitable for him, and also making sure that that heel's not lifting within the trainer as well, because that's when you start getting blisters.
He's got 2 trebles. Just the wrong ones.
32.
Well,
Richard, you require 100.
Richard North on 100. You know where he's going if he doesn't get the treble.
Boy, did he keep this one straight. Tops, tops.
Ah, double 10.
90.
Now, I think he would have
John, you
gone
require
double
78.
top had there not been a flight in the way. It proved to be the right decision, but he just couldn't execute it. As for Hendo, he
Game,
does
shot,
execute it, and that's
and
a
the
4-1
match,
victory.
John Henderson.
And that makes his position in the table feel a lot more comfortable. That now gets him to 4 points, and that puts Reece Colley at the basement of the table. He's the sole player, now on 2. That's John's best performance of the day, and that will make him feel good ahead of his last game against Danny Smith in a couple of games' time. We'll take a short break, but it's going to be Lee Budgen and Niall Culleton finishing their campaign for Monday first, and that's after this.
It was a 4-1 win for John Henderson, which has rounded off our fourth round of matches here at the MODUS Super Series on the opening day's play in week 12 of Series 2. So then let's have a look at the table. As you can see, it's Niall Culleton who's won 3 of his 4 matches, who is at the top of it. But have a look at that emerging chasing pack. John Henderson, Richard North, Danny Smith and Lee Budgen, all on 4 points following 4 matches. And it's Reece Colley, the man at the bottom of the table on 2 points, the man who won the opening game of the day against John Henderson, but he has not managed to find a victory since. Well, we're going to see him in the final game of the session against Richard North, but to complete their days first, it's Niall Culleton and Lee Budgen. So let's hand over to our commentary team to see who grabs the spoils here. It's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Many thanks again, Henry. Yes, it is the last round of matches. And you'd have to say that both of these players, coming into their final game of the day, are feeling pretty chipper. And if you're tuning in from outside of the UK, that means that they're feeling pretty happy. But Lee Budgen has started today, and we all thought that maybe it was first day nerves. He has put those to bed, because since game 2 of his day, he has put in 2 excellent displays to bag 4 points. As for Niall Culleton, though...
First leg, it is Niall to throw first. Game on.
He's at the top of the tree. He could well finish on 8 points for the day, being the man to catch come Tuesday.
Well,
100.
I did mention, didn't I, at the start of that third game with Lee Budgen, actually, there was a bit of a pattern in those first 2 matches. And that was that he started slowly and then really grew into it as the match progressed. That is now gone from being the story of those matches to being the story of his day, where he's just started a little bit
41.
slower and then has really started to find his better form and his better darts towards the back end of the day. This is the last time we will see him today. But you're going to get to see Lee Budgen plenty more times
97.
this week. We'll see him tomorrow and Wednesday, completing his fixtures in Group A. He'll be hoping you won't see him Thursday, Friday, because if you don't see him Thursday, Friday, that means he is through to Saturday
43.
with a direct pass.
I've spoken to quite a lot of players, actually, about the format of this tournament. And the majority of the players would like to win Group A
134.
and not play on the Thursday and the Friday. But there are a select few who say they'd rather keep the momentum going, play on the first 3 days,
45.
get close, play the next 2 and stay in good touch and have a really good crack come Saturday night. But I always used to say, someone like
59.
Martin Adams, over the age of 65, he would benefit from having 2 days off going into a Saturday night. But there's one name who is not going to be in Saturday night next
38.
week when the big
League
check is handed over.
128.
He didn't qualify through his week. We saw the joy on Conan Whitehead's face when
96.
he won Super Series 1. You wonder who's going to get that check this time.
98. Lee
By the way,
required
James
32.
Richardson tells me that he's the Kilkenny werewolf.
It's game shot and the first leg.
Niall Culleton, that is.
Budgen.
Not Lee Budgen, who's just taken that first leg against the darts.
Yeah, I've got some experience of playing in these events myself, and when we speak about what it is, I
Second leg is
personally
Lee
like
to
to
throw
get, if I was
first,
playing in Group
game
A, I
on.
want to get through it. Because physically, I'm not of a traditional 36-year-old who would be able to go
100.
through a full week. And I got through Group A on occasion, but it's how you use that time, because you're still a little bit far away from home where it's not worth going home and coming back for you to stay in the hotel. And
58.
actually, I spent most of that week just playing Football Manager, and I never really got out of bed. And
I didn't expect you to say that, I'm not going to lie. I thought you were going to say I spent most of the time practicing, not playing Football Manager.
I barely got out of bed. I got out of bed to go get some food, got some extra food while I was out to eat in the hotel when I got back,
30.
and just sat playing Football Manager the whole time. I did, however, win the Premier League with Aston Villa.
I could have inserted a joke there, but you and Reece Colley have got me outnumbered this week, so I'm not going to say anything.
Bit of a sweat on the brow of Niall coming into match number 5 of his day.
45.
And so far, it's not looking good at all. His opponent is all over him.
139.
He did change his
40.
rhythm and his pace earlier in this campaign, and it started to work, but I get the feeling it's not working at all now.
Lee Budgen.
Lee backs up the break of throw with a 13-dart hold, and he looks so comfortable playing in this 5th game. We might be looking at a player who's got a bit of an engine, and that's something you have to have when you come here to the MODUS Super Series.
We're looking at one player who's got one engine.
140.
One player that looks like he's got a garage full of engines and he doesn't know which one to install.
Such a lovely follow through, isn't it? You and I look at technique quite a lot, Matt, and when you see somebody piercing the air very well with a follow through, but
95.
they are working on it so much that they actually keep the hand out there for an extra second to make sure that it's delivered right. I love to see that. Mervyn King is the
42.
master of doing that on occasion. And I think a lot of people would be very well advised to watch Mervyn King
42.
on the follow-through stakes, and particularly Jamie Hughes as well, because he's very good at that.
You know, I often say when we think fully about what a follow-through is in darts, I don't believe, and it isn't,
99.
it's not a coachable factor. It's not something that we say is going to improve your game if you do this. It is the aftermath, and it's the visual confirmation of everything you are doing being correct.
69.
And when you have something like that, that follow through of Lee Budgen, it's visual confirmation that the throw is good for him. And then it's, like say, maximising that throw now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Physiologically, it means that the bones and the muscles are in the right positions. That they're doing something that is physiologically correct. If you're throwing with your elbow way out to the right-hand side and you try and follow through like that, it's not going to look the same.
123. Lee, you require 120.
This would be catastrophic for Niall. Plenty of room to the right. Oh, that's a pure shot.
100.
And he expected to hit that.
Now you require 32. That's game shot,
Niall
and the
expected
third leg.
to hit that, and he
Niall
does.
Culleton.
He is very fortunate to just be 1 behind instead of 3.
Let's go back to discussing averages again. When we said that they don't always tell you the
Fourth
full
leg, it's Lee
story.
to throw
Niall
first.
Culleton
Game on.
averaging 67 against Lee Budgen, who's averaging 101.
There's a dart between them. 34 points is a very good dart at that, because a 34 average dart is around 102. But when you're playing with the right mindset and you're in these games, you're not thinking about averages. You speak to any player at this level, and if you were to offer them the chance of having their average displayed on the screen, they'd say no, because they don't want to think about it.
That's why some people avoid trying to look towards the screens and the monitors when they're playing the big events, isn't it? Like the World Championship, because sometimes the averages will come on. And you can see people when they come on get that tunneled vision and just look down because they don't want to see what's going on in terms of the stats.
Budgen is going berserk.
180.
That's back-to-back maximums. I have been incredibly impressed with Budgen the last 2.5 matches.
Lee required 97.
We may have stumbled upon something with this guy. Every now and again, we find a player who really, really thrives in this kind of atmosphere. And Budgen might be one of them. That's a 12-darter for a 3-1 lead. And he was disappointed in missing that 120 checkout for about 10 seconds.
And that's it,
Fifth
isn't
leg,
it?
it is Niall to throw first. Game
you
on.
can be disappointed. You know, there's a lot of times you'll hear people talk, or when we're watching things like, don't show that emotion.
100.
It's okay to be disappointed or frustrated, or you can't shut the body off on feeling certain emotion. But what you can do is be dismissive
100
of that feeling and not let it lag on into future, which is exactly what he's done here. Yes, I was disappointed I missed that, but I can't change that now. I've got to focus on
140.
this set of darts and then this set of darts, and he is living in the now.
He's affecting the future with a good mindset.
100.
He's not dwelling on the past. You make a hugely impressive point, Matt. Let's face it, at this juncture,
121.
I'd be surprised if Lee Budgen was to be taking the distance, never mind lose the game.
$140. Now we require 140.
The best average of the day is just a shade over 100. If Budgen takes that 161, this average is going to be closer to 110
Lee require
than 100.
161.
Fair play to Culleton. He is scraping and clawing his way into surviving in this game. And there's
Now you
still
require 40.
around 30 points between them in the averages.
That
But
is
there's only
game
one
shot
leg
and the
between
fifth
them. So
leg.
he still
Niall
has a great
Culleton.
chance of winning via 3 straight legs in the contest. But this is the leg, isn't it? If we have history repeating itself from
Sixth leg, it
a
is
couple
Lee
of legs
to throw
ago,
first. Game
Culleton
on.
doesn't win.
$85.
Interesting, actually. Ever since you mentioned Jamie Hughes, I can't see anything in the Lee Budgen throw other than Jamie Hughes.
82.
Must be the beard and the lack of follicles on the top of his skull.
Everything other than that little wrist set that Jamie Hughes does is Lee Budgen's throw. It's
43.
very, very similar, very identical.
That's a compliment. As far as throws go, Jamie Hughes has got one of the best in the world.
136.
Things may be turning here if Budgen doesn't get something sizable.
Strikes me as a guy as well who's fully in control of his
123.
technique. If you ever watch or get a chance, watch those last 3 darts back. As he went and he set, he just sort of overleaned a little bit and then just reset himself
83.
back in again. Obviously didn't like the position of the shoulder and just got himself nice and tall again, built himself back up, and the guy who's in full control of what he is
58.
doing.
If Niall was to look at the scoreboard now, he'd sense that he's got a chance of winning this game.
43.
But that doesn't help. He's thinking leave 60, leave 80, something under 100. But only 157 from a position of 200 is a huge, huge error.
100.
And he
Now
might
you require
just need this to
157.
take us the distance. He might just take it. Double top.
Game shot
where's
and
that
the
come
sixth
from?
leg. Niall
That's a
Culleton.
monstrous out. And there's 19 between them in the averages, but now they're level. We say that sometimes it's the small finishes that
Seventh
make the
and
difference,
final
but
leg. It
that
is
was an
Niall to
absolute
throw first.
whack
Game
to the
on.
ribs of Lee Budgen. He has not missed a double in this game, Culleton, and Budgen's only missed 1.
Niall is now throwing first for the match, and again, we talk about
60.
those moments when people cancel each other out, and it comes down to those key seconds. In this case, those key visits.
58.
Oh, Culleton is now favourite to win this darts match.
Oh, make no mistake, Matt. That really hurt Budgen. He's thinking, I'm getting a look at that out.
95.
I'm going to fancy it to take the game. And consider my words from earlier in the match eaten, because I didn't think Culleton was going to take us even into leg 7. Never mind win the match.
85.
There's the frustration, the shake of the head, the pointing at the darts, and the eagerness right now of Lee Budgen, the pace in which he's walking, the pace in which he wants to approach the board.
83.
I said he's a man who's in full control. He's a man who's losing control.
Control is lost.
46.
Culleton has now still got the darts and a 1-dart lead and a good start to this visit.
95.
I don't like that at all. I think that just shows a little bit of mathematical weakness. He should have gone to the 20s with the last dart. I know he wanted to try and leave something by using all of the 19s, but for me, that was just a slight fragility in the game.
Budgen is chasing.
100.
You can tell after that 100, just not happy, not settled. He's flustered. Can he just resettle for 6 darts? That's all he needs to find.
140.
Brilliant darts there from Lee
Now
Budgen. There's the
require
first
68.
stage. But if he's going to get a shot that 72, he needs Niall Culleton to miss.
He doesn't miss.
Shot. And the
what
match.
has
Niall
he done
Culleton.
in that game to defy a 98 average from his opponent? And now Lee Budgen has got all of the rest of the day to dwell on that. Look at the Budgen average compared to Culleton. And if that does not prove the point of Matthew Edgar from earlier on this morning, nothing will. There were 16.5 points between them in the average, and the man to your left, who did not miss a double and put in that thwack of a 157 checkout, he wins, and he also will top the table going into Tuesday. Best game of the day, bar none. But we do have 2 left. Henderson against Smith follows this.
Well, that was a myth-defying game, wasn't it? Lee Budgen losing 4-3 despite averaging 17 points higher than his opponent Niall Culleton, who was 4 out of 4 on the doubles, including that high checkout of 157. So that means for Culleton, having a look at the league table, he is now on 8 points, having won 4 out of his 5 matches for the day. Next up for us is a battle between Danny Smith and John Henderson. The victor of this one will move on to 6 points following their opening day's action. So then let's hand over to our commentary team for our penultimate match of the day. It's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. And yes, the last game was the best that we've seen so far today. But with this one, we have an intriguing bout because people are trying to catch Niall Culleton now. Nobody's going to catch him today, but they want to be in striking distance come round 1 tomorrow. Intriguingly, it will be Culleton against Budgen in game 3 tomorrow. As for Hendo and Smith, they will do battle now and in game 2 tomorrow as the fixtures are flipped around.
So here's the interesting thing for me in this scenario. I don't know how you feel about this, Matt, but whoever wins this game could be level
First
with
leg,
Niall
it is
Culleton.
John to throw first. Game on.
Come the time when Culleton plays next. That's the really good thing about being Hendo, Smith, or indeed Richard North. Because if you win your
81.
next 2 matches, Culleton doesn't play till game 3, so you could already be tapping him on the shoulder.
140.
I think with that as well, it just shows real quality of Niall Culleton as well, who we've got to put a fair bit of praise on today. He started the day with a 4-0 defeat to Danny Smith, who you're seeing throwing the darts right now. He averaged 67 in that game and didn't even get a single dart at
60.
a double. He's ended top in the table.
I think it's fair to say that the Kilkenny Werewolf has got a chin.
60.
Took a big blow in the first round, but ultimately he's the one standing. And then you've got Danny Smith, who inflicted that defeat on Niall.
100.
Since winning his first 2 games, he's lost 2. So he's looking to stop the slide. How would you categorise Hendo's first day here?
40.
I think I'll categorise it the way I'd expect him to categorise it as well, and that is a disappointment. I think I expected more from him. I think he expected more from himself. And I think he probably expected to be leaving near top of the table. He came here to stamp some authority on the group with the class that he has. And I think maybe fatigue's got the better of him today. I think a bit too much on the
Danny, you require 62.
the darts this past couple of weeks has just caught up with a near 50-year-old John Henderson.
John, you require 80.
Another single. The double top.
That is
And
game
a
shot
1-0
and
lead.
the first leg. John
Starting
Henderson.
to click those things together now in the way that he wasn't earlier on in the day. And if he is playing on fumes, he's not a
Second
bad player
leg,
on
it's Danny
fumes.
to throw first. Game on.
And as a Celtic fan, he's used to being top of the table. And he'd much rather be top of the table
140.
after 3 days instead of 1. I'm sure that's the way he would think about it.
So just looking over to the World Seniors Darts Tour,
140.
John Henderson will be eligible for that tour as of May, which means we may see him in some of the TV tournaments this year.
140.
Because the Masters takes place in June, of which John Henderson will be eligible to play in that. And he'll also be eligible to play in the match play, which takes place in the start of September in York. So we may see him grace some of the big stages of the World Seniors Tour this year.
I wouldn't be surprised. You look at seniors tours of different sports, snooker,
54.
golf. Fresh blood is always good for those tours. I remember when Miguel Angel Jimenez graced the senior tour, or should I say the Champions Tour in
91.
golf. He just
Danny,
couldn't
you
stop winning
require
when he joined it.
167.
Could well be the same for Hendo. Great first start for Danny. Second dart isn't too bad.
That is
And
game
the third
shot
is
and the
perfect as
second
well.
leg.
A
Danny
167
Smith.
out for Desperate Dan. Anything but desperate. That was delightful.
We've seen it all, haven't we, here?
Third leg, it's
Richard
John
North
to
kicked
throw
it off with a
first.
136
Game
finish.
on.
Then Lee Budgen did a 140. Danny Smith raised the stakes with a 146. In the last game, Niall Culleton raised it even more to a 157. We've now got the 167. There is only one place we can go from here, and that is the big 170.
95.
I know that Budgen and Culleton are not going to get that 170. They're done for the day.
22.
And what do you think those guys are going to do with the rest of their day? 'Cause I don't think they're into Football Manager. 20-2 on a Monday afternoon. You've already put in your shift
51.
for the day. And if you're Niall, you're feeling very good. What would you do for the rest of the day as far as recouping yourself for a Tuesday morning campaign?
137.
A couple of options I would do. One, I might go down the seafront. I really like it down there. It's quite nice and picturesque. I like watching
140.
going in the arcade and playing a few games and things, or I would take option B of playing Football Manager again.
And one thing about the Portsmouth area
60.
this afternoon, it's pretty chilly, but I always say that when you're playing in any darts tournament, the perfect remedy
96.
after putting your effort
Johnny
in here or
Require,
elsewhere is fresh air.
142.
One of the things I did really enjoy about the old venue in
50.
Southampton, I used to really enjoy it
Danny
down
Require,
there.
119.
Big fan of that, and it was quite close to the seafront as well.
Is Danny going to enjoy this? It's the bull again.
94.
He fancied it. He thought it was in.
John, you require 92.
Hendo survives. Is he going to go double-double? Well, I think he did, half-heartedly. It's not his usual tactic. In that spot, he would usually go for a treble 16 or maybe even a treble 12.
52.
But I think he's been seeing a lot of
Danny
players going
Require,
double-double route. I
25.
think he's trying to massage his game into a somewhat new echelon. Double 4.
That's game shot
And
and the
Smith takes the
third
lead.
leg. Danny Smith.
He's playing better now in game 5 of his day than he has in game 3 or 4. That's for sure.
There's actually a
Fourth leg, it is Danny to throw
story
first.
I can tell you about when
Game
I
on.
did play in this in Southampton in the old venue, and it was a really hot day, and that was a hot venue in there anyway. It was very, very warm. And I came out of the
85.
venue and I thought, right, I need to go cool off for a bit. I'm going to go down to the front, and there's only a little bit that you can actually get on down there in front of the park down there. And I've gone down, I've laid
60.
down, I've took my shoes off, and I'm just cooling off next to the sea. And I must have dozed off for about 5-10 minutes at most. And I've woke up and the sea has come
134.
forward and claimed one of my shoes. So I lost a shoe. And I then had to walk through Southampton with one shoe on and one
100.
sock. And you can imagine you're trying to put more weight on the one shoe because you don't want to put the weight on the... So I'm like semi-hopping down the road with this one shoe on.
45.
And yeah, I had to start playing in trainers then for the rest of the week.
I can't believe that's the first time I've ever heard that story.
134.
Just another good story from the tour. Whether it be the Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour, the MODUS Super Series, or beyond.
140
from Danny. He's in 2-dot range now, and Hendo's in trouble. He may have to settle for 4 points. But settle he doesn't.
137.
He's in 2-dot range, and it's an
Danny
easier
Require,
2-dotter as well.
97.
Does he go double-double here? Well, maybe in that spot, the
57.
double-double was the right call. He chose not
Johnny
to go for it.
Require 70.
It's going to be 10s. Is it going to be tops?
50.
Just shy.
Danny, you require 40.
Well, that's a rangefinder.
That's game shot
Well,
and the
he
fourth
points to
leg.
the board
Danny Smith.
somewhat sighing, thinking, well, the first 2 dots were so poor that I can't believe I still won the leg.
Fifth leg,
That
it's
first
John
dart
to
was
throw
a good
first.
1.5
Game on.
high. Then he was an inch low. And if I'm being super critical, the third dart in the double 10 was what? Inside
85.
the top, well, the bottom 15% of it. It wasn't a good shot.
Let's go back to what we said earlier, though. Those shots that really inflict
60.
the most pain is when you do it with the last dart in hand while you're John Henderson sat expecting to return on a 3 darts in hand to win the leg and level it up, and break the throw back, have the throw moving forward. And with that very last dart, Danny Smith
100.
found the double and just continues to inflict a bit more misery on John Henderson, who's, look at the action from the side, this is not something you'd teach or coach somebody. It's not an advisable throw, but it's one that certainly filled the pocket of John Henderson for a few years.
I actually threw like
60.
John Henderson for one day of my career. When I was in Melbourne at the Etihad Stadium, trying to break the world record for the longest bullseye ever hit.
140.
Because I needed the momentum of rocking backwards and forwards to get it to land from 5.62 meters.
60.
And after
John,
2
you
hours,
require
I hit the
40.
bullseye. Double top to stay in the match. Surely.
That's game
That
shot
had to
and
go
the
in.
fifth
Just a
leg.
half-decent
John
dart would have
Henderson.
registered there. And he gets more than half-decent. It's actually a second chalk mark in this game. 2 more needed to finish
Sixth
on
leg,
6
it's
points
Danny
for the
to throw
day.
first. Game on.
Have you ever been up to Aberdeenshire with John at an exhibition?
No.
I would highly recommend it. It's very tough for him to walk the
93.
streets. He's a very well-liked chap.
Furthest I've been in Scotland, I think, was a place called Bannockburn. I think it was near...
96.
Is that near Glasgow?
Did you drive up there?
I did, and yeah.
So you would have driven past Ecclefechan,
140.
one of the most humorous names of places in the UK.
Well, I actually have an interesting story about that as well. So I got myself a Mars bar.
51.
And I've gone back to the hotel, and I was going to eat the Mars bar, but ended up falling asleep and forgetting about the Mars bar, and then rolled and laid on the Mars bar. And then when I woke up, I'd rolled over that many times in the night that I've smeared Mars bar
58.
like all over the bed. I made an absolute mess.
Other chocolate bars are available, by the way. Hendo's not giving up. He's not going to roll over and have his belly tickled.
45.
You just get the feeling that Danny Smith may be hitting the wall here. If Hendo's paying attention to his opponent, you might think that he's got him here.
55.
If he can get this leg in the bank, he will have the darts in leg number 7. And we could have on our hands again a very similar match to match 13, where Culleton stole the game away from Budgen.
95. John, you require 155.
We did say, didn't we, that the only thing that hasn't been hit is a 170. When it comes to finishing, we've had a whole host
97.
of big numbers.
Danny,
This
you
is the
require
biggest,
170.
and it would be to finish game 14 off. No such joy. And he might not get any joy at all.
58.
As
John,
he
you
hits
require 58.
what John needs. Double top.
38.
Chance for Smith. Slightly easier.
Danny, you require 112.
But his aura does not give off one of positivity. He doesn't get a shot.
60. John, you
Give
require
himself
20.
a bit more hope. Just assessing the situation, looking at the board. Goes down to the argument, do you play the player or the board? Well, a good player's aware of the situation,
score.
but that, again, I put down
Danny,
to
you
tired
require
darts.
52.
Is this now the end of a long day for John Henderson?
Could well be, and
Game,
is.
shot,
Danny Smith
and the
gets the
match.
4-2
Danny
win against
Smith.
Hendo. And John will have to settle for 4 points on his debut day at the MODUS Super Series. But for Danny, it's 6 points, and he will be only 2 points behind the Group A leader, Niall Culleton, going into day 2. You can see that the averages tell you a bit of a lie once again. Maybe not to the same degree as the previous match, but 84 for Smith and 44% on the doubles with that brilliant 167 on the ball earlier in the contest. That's enough to give him 6 points from a possible 10. As for Reece Colley and Richard North, they will finish their campaign after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny Smith secured his third victory from 5, and he did so in some style, including a 1-6-7 checkout to get the better of John Henderson in his final game of the day. So that moves him on to 6 points in the group, 2 behind the table topper Niall Culleton from the conclusion of their 5 games today. And so just one more match for us to go, and that sees Richard North take on Reece Colley. And so for one final time, let's hand back down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson and Matthew Enker.
Thank you, Henry. A very intriguing day indeed, where nobody is out of the running after day 1. But if Reece Colley from Dudley is going to be a little bit closer to the race for the top, he may need a win here instead of being 6 points adrift of Niall Culleton. As for North, it's been a very, very interesting day for him with some great displays. But ultimately, I think, Matthew Edgar, that he's quite disappointed with 4 points to this point.
Yeah, well, he certainly played better than the stats would suggest, or the points would suggest, should I say, rather than the stats.
First leg, it is Reece to throw first. Game on.
I go back to game number 6 when he took on Niall Culleton. He hit 3 180s in that, averaged nearly 93. Ended up losing that game 4-3 to Niall, who averaged just 83. So a 10-point difference there, and he wasn't able to convert that into 2 points. And that was the point I was going through to go speak to Henry up on the balcony, and I heard Richard North saying how that one stung a little bit, that one hurt him, and he was frustrated that he wasn't able to convert that position.
59.
You heard Richard North say something?
Yeah, it's a rarity, isn't it? He doesn't like to tell you how he's thinking or what he's feeling.
7.
Richard North is the kind of person that if he was to get a psychiatrist, they'd charge him by the day.
Should just charge him by the hour, ask him one question, and then leave him to it.
And what do you think I did with an interview earlier? I asked him one question, he took up the whole minute. It's because he's got plenty to say and plenty of content like that. He's still an excellent dart player.
135.
Still got a lot to give. And I'm going to throw my hat into the ring right now. I think he makes the final on Saturday night, and I think he's got a really good chance of winning this week.
100.
He's playing the type of darts that would suggest he can.
107.
And he's got the pedigree that suggests he can as well. So I can't really disagree too much. Certainly in the aspect of him being here on Saturday night.
27. Richard, you require 154.
Good atmosphere if we've got a few locals, like Danny Smith, Richard North. I'm sure they'd bring along quite a few fans, and you indeed could be here yourself. If you're interested in attending on Saturday night
58
for the Week 12 finals,
Reece, you require
or
80.
indeed for the grand final next Saturday night in Super Series 2, just go to dartshop.tv for more information. The
60.
tickets are free.
Richard, you require 96.
Colley missed his opportunity. Can North take his? Great decision.
80.
He thought that was in.
Reece, you require 20.
Unfortunately, our referee, Justin Bradshaw, confirms that it was not.
That is game shot and the
That one
first
is.
leg. Reece
And
Colley.
Colley takes the lead. Somewhat languid walk back to the edge of the stage. And one of the other reasons why today has been so tightly compacted
Second leg
in
is
that
Richard
table
to throw first. Game
is
on.
because of the points, but the leg difference as well. And I cannot remember a
60.
point where anybody has won a daily table on a Monday with a leg difference of +1. Because that is exactly what Culleton has done. That, to me, is bemusing.
100.
Yeah, well, when we look through the results of Culleton, he won that last game 4-3 against Budgen. He won 4-3 against Reece Colley. He won 4-3 against Richard North. He lost 4-0 in his opening game to Danny Smith. So even there, those 3 wins don't even counteract that
135.
4-0 defeat he had at the start of the day. Now, legs is the first deciding factor when players are joint on points. So
45.
you sort of feel in a group like this where everyone's sort of beating each other, legs could come into play, certainly when playing for positions. So
96.
It's not just enough for Niall at the moment to be picking up those points. I think he needs to get a big win somewhere to rub off that 4-0 defeat he had against Danny Smith.
139.
I think the last time we commentated
Reece
together,
Colley, 170.
we tried to pitch for a number. Bullseye.
145.
Knew he was going to go for it, you know. Someone's determined to get this 170 before the end of the day. We were pitching for a number to see what would win this group. And at that point, I said 22. And if I remember rightly, I think the winner got 24. So what are you going to go for this week in Group A? I'm going to say
96.
20.
Reece require 25.
I was thinking 20, but I'm going to go 22.
That is
Speaking
game
of two,
shot and
Reece
the
Colley's
second
got
leg.
two
Reece
on
Colley.
twos. And North is being put halfway into the bin right now by Reece Colley, who is playing some decent stuff here.
Third leg, it is Reece to throw first. Game on.
It's going to be no more than 22.
I would completely concur with that.
Because I've looked at today, the most
59.
points anyone can reach today is 8. The chances are a player who finishes on 8 is probably going to get a 6 somewhere, which means a 6 needs to get an 8,
41.
which puts us to 14. It could be 20 plus legs, or 22 will do it, I think.
I don't think anybody gets a perfect day in the first 3 days.
100.
I don't think any player gets 5 wins from 5 tomorrow or on Wednesday. I think that's how tight this group will be.
180.
As those darts were to each other for that maximum thrown by Richard North, the second of this contest.
140.
Something's starting to click for Colley here as well. That heat map around that 60 is starting to bunch up a little bit. That last dart for that 140 was remarkable.
$130.
Seems to be doing everything right here. And Richard, who was thinking
65.
that maximum might just give him a bit of breathing space, he was wrong. Double top.
32. Richard, you require 117.
I really thought it was going to be 3-0. We've seen these hit today. Got to throw it left.
That's
That is
game
a
shot
brilliant
and
dart.
the
And a
third
brilliant
leg.
check out from Richard North, because he was 1 dart away from being 3-0 down. And now he's back in the match. Not the first time I've said that today, but full credit to the
Fourth
player
leg,
who's
it is
able
Richard
to
throw
do that.
First. Game on.
Now, when you're Reece Colley and you feel like things are going against you a little bit, and you feel like you're not at the very top and the peak of your form, things like that just seem
60.
to weigh a little heavier on you when you've had that opportunity and you think you're coming back. But he's certainly answering a lot of questions here today, Reece Colley.
140.
Great opportunity to get himself straight back on the horse after disappointment. If he is to win this week, he could win this week, go straight into
41.
Champions Week next week, potentially pick him up around about £30,000. That'll change the whole outlook on the year, because, well, it's your yearly salary
45.
done almost at the very first couple of weeks.
That's the thing about top-level darts these days.
60.
Whether it be on the Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour, the MODUS Super Series, and some other places, there has to be a vehicle where this game changes your life somewhat.
122.
The £20,000 gave a little bit of financial security to Conan Whitehead in winning Super Series 1. And he
60.
lofted that check with real joy. Someone else really wants to have that same feeling come the end of next Saturday night.
57. $90. Reece Oh, sorry. Check 75 last score. Reece require 137.
Fair play to Richard for pointing that one out. Showing good sportsmanship there. Colley's going to leave tops, and does.
97.
What's he up to? Using the 25 first there. He's been hanging out with
65.
Simon Whitlock too much.
Reece require 40.
Nothing uncomplicated about this one.
But it's being made to look complicated.
35.
Couldn't really have gone worse than that, could it?
140.
No, he's left himself in a bit of mess there. He will be fancying a return to the board, and we said the 117 would hurt. That would have hurt so much more. In these situations, you almost start
60.
to fear missing the big one.
Reece, you require 5.
Rather than taking out the 5.
That was a nice positive single. And how
Next
many
game
times
shot and
today
the
has he hit
fourth
double
leg.
2?
Reece Colley.
He's been really good at it as well. I don't remember him going for double 1 that much.
Fifth leg.
I guarantee you, based on what we've seen today, the odds compilers will have had Richard North as the favourite. So this is going against the grain, this one.
44.
I think I can guarantee you, after what we've seen today, that the odds compilers are not going to be enjoying trying to price up tomorrow.
I concur with that one as well.
121.
This is a nightmare, this group, to predict.
$140.
I think for Reece Colley's sake, he'd like to get this one done as soon as possible, but North is not going to give up. He's got the ambition of 6 points alongside Danny Smith.
100.
Still on his desk to be rubber stamped. But in order to get that, it's got to be 3 straight legs.
45.
If Colley makes it out of Group A today with 4 points, alongside John Henderson, Lee Budgen and Richard
99.
North, I think he'll be very, very happy. Even though he would be bottom of the table on leg difference. Potentially.
93. Reece require 118.
He wins this. He'll be in exactly the same position as Lee Budgen on -1. And he would bring Richard North
82.
to the basement
Richard
on
-2.
And it's looking more likely now, unless Northie finds 3 18s and bull. Well, there's the 7 taken care of. And this might be the last start that Richard throws today.
12. Reece require 36.
Double 9. Oh, it's just like tops 10s and 5s
28.
from earlier. Splitting them both
Richard, you require
with what could be
95.
a slightly tired throwing arm. He's gone 2 double 19s. And he was caught in 2 mines as well.
57. Reece require 8.
Oh, look, it's double 2 again.
Game.
2s never
Shot.
lose.
And the match to
And he
Reece
doesn't
Colley.
lose. He wins by 4 legs to 1. And we've got one really crazy group on our hands for the next couple of days. You've got Danny Smith on 6 points. You've got Niall Culleton at the top on 8. And everybody else, including these 2 players, are on 4 points. So when we come back tomorrow, it will be this fixture that you will see first from 9:30 a.m. Reece Colley, 82 average and 26% on the checkouts. It's good enough to beat what looked like a bit of a tired Richard North in the end, but ultimately it dangles the carrot for what we will see on moving day on Tuesday. To chew the fat, to take us to the end of the show, Matthew Edgar has joined Henry Deacon on the balcony.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. Yes, Matthew Edgar has joined me to analyse what we've seen today. And, well, there's only one place to start. Niall Culleton, the man at the top of the table. 8 points, 4 wins for him today. And it was kind of a mixture of victories as well. There's some good performances, but there was times when he had to dig in when he got results.
Every question that was asked of Niall Culleton, he had the answers for. He didn't know he had the answers when he came in today. We saw him changing darts. We saw him changing pace. But he found enough, and he found the things at the right moments, which is all you've got to do. You don't have to win every single moment. Win the key moments. Win the matches. And that's what he did. You can see when the leg difference was a +1, but he's at the top of the table. It's points first, and he's got the points on the board.
Indeed, yes. We can actually have a look at the table in a bit more detail now. As we say, Niall Culleton, the man at the top. But Danny Smith, 6 points, 3 wins. And perhaps some of the best bits we've seen today in terms of averages and performances have come from him.
Oh, absolutely. And those finishers as well. He's been a finishing machine, hasn't he, on some of those big ones, the 146, the 167, really good outshots from him. And I certainly didn't expect to see Danny Smith above the players he's above. John Henderson, Reece Colley, Lee Budgen, Richard North, all with a lot more pedigree, all with a lot bigger achievement outside of here and outside of today. But today is what we are looking at, and the table is based on today's performances. Danny Smith, rightly, in second place, but just look at the points. Everyone underneath on 4 points. And when we're making those predictions downstairs, what is the required points going to be needed in order to win this group? I think you'd need 22 at a maximum. 20 could be it.
And what would you say about John Henderson and Reece Colley? Just get the feeling maybe we've got more questions than we have answers after day one.
Reece Colley came in with questions, he leaves going with questions. This ain't the Reece Colley that I commentated on a couple of months ago and said how I expected that he was going to go on to big things. This isn't the Reece Colley that I tipped up at Q School to go and get a tour card. It's not worked for him recently. Now, I said it many times today, a week does not define your season. It certainly doesn't define your career. One of the habits you can get into at a young age is feeling like, I've got to wait another year now to go get the card. And everything else just feels like a disappointment. This is an opportunity to put things right, and he'll probably need a day or two because he has just come here off the back of the Challenge Tour, just like John Henderson has, and he comes here with even more disappointment because he'd have expected a lot more than what he's got. So it'll be interesting to see how his week develops. I think we see him potentially slot into Group C, the way that he's played in here, but the last time I saw him in a Group C, he dominated a Group C, and he could come here and dominate another Group C.
Well, we call Tuesday Moving Day, don't we, here at the Super Series? And you just get the sense, the way the table is poised, the way the table looks, we are going to have, not to Nick Reece's nickname, chaos tomorrow.
Yeah, and I was glad, actually, because I was hoping that you would not ask me for a prediction in terms of tomorrow. Save them for Paul Nicholson tomorrow. I don't want to be predicting this group because I haven't got a clue in which way this goes, which is going to give us 2 days of very intriguing darts to watch.
Don't worry, we'll get Nico's crystal ball at the ready tomorrow. And we will rejoin you at 9:30 tomorrow morning for the second day's action here in Group A, where Niall Culleton is top of the pile. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.